personal reading. The list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a free reading, a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's Daily Collective Read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. But before we begin today, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing today? We've been talking through this. There are absolutely no wrong answers right now, given the fact that we're going through this very intense eclipse retrograde cycle. I've got some good news. I got some good news for you. If this energy has been feeling very intense, if you've been feeling a lot of the weight of the retrograde, the reason this eclipse, and I've had a lot of people asking me about this. The reason that and I've had a lot of clients talking to me about this. The reason this eclipse feels as intense as it does right now is it's incongruous energy. That's why I've been calling it a cryptic eclipse. And the reason that is because, as we've discussed, eclipses are effectively energetic amplifiers, right? They raise the volume knob in relationality to the energy that we're experiencing. Retrogrades are often difficult because they put a lot of pressure on us, specifically in the planet that we find in retrograde, right? This is why we often have that feeling like tested or testy, like during a retrograde cycle. Now, the reason that this one is particularly feeling intense is, and we've been talking about the fact that it's not uncommon to potentially enter an eclipse cycle with like 1 planet in retrograde, maybe 2, right? We've got a lot of planets in retrograde during this eclipse cycle. We've talked about the fact that pretty much every planetary body in Aries is in retrograde right now. And right before this eclipse cycle began, right on the cusp of it occurring, we also had Uranus that went into retrograde. The thing that works through is, and I want to kind of discuss, we're going to talk a lot. We've been talking a lot about it in the readings, and we're going to continue to talk about it in the recaps, but it can create a lot of the feeling of working through, and especially with planet in retrograde, like working through the frustration of the self, right? And the thing is, and this is what we've also been talking a lot about. It's not like, and we're going to see this a lot as we're going through Uranus and Gemini, right? When Uranus and Gemini can sometimes be difficult because it's working into the context that things can look very similar, but have profoundly different meaning depending upon the intention that we put towards it. Working into the context, and we've been seeing this right now, like working through the context of alleviating others' misconceptions. It's also inclusive in the fact that when we're on a proper healing journey, we're also working through the misconceptions of the self, right? And it's not that is perfect work. We're constantly kind of working into the space of trying to do something in a better fashion. So what we're effectively seeing that's happening right now, and the reason that this is feeling more intense right now, so we've already got, as we've discussed, we've got this intensification of energy that we're currently experiencing as a result of the eclipse itself that's happening during an anomalous retrograde cycle, which is something that, again, it's not just the fact that there are 1 or 2 planets in retrograde, but there are several planets that are currently going through retrograde. So we feel a lot of energetic pressure in a lot of different quadrants, and then we're also feeling a lot of that amplification of force. Um, this is work that can lead us into the expansion of the self, but it's the expansion of the self that often is requiring the ability of navigating through one's own comprehension of the self, right? Because when we comprehend ourselves, we can expand further. And it's not, and the reason that we talk about the fact that comprehending the self allows us to extend further is it's the understanding of what it is that we're trying to do better. It's the work by which we try to navigate and recognize and identify what we can do in order to achieve something in a greater way. This is having a huge, and the one thing I will say that one of the reasons that we're also feeling a lot of this extra intensity right now, and this is what I said, I've got some good news, which is the fact that we're going through all of this during a Virgo season. When I talk about, and I was talking about this a bit when we were going through Pisces season, because you'll recall when we were going through Pisces season, I said I felt very sad for those with Pisces placements because the energy did not feel ideal for it to navigate well for Piscean energy. Because when we were going through the Pisces season, we saw a lot of planets moving out of Pisces during their season. So that can feel like a lot of working through abandonment wounds. Simultaneously, this energy right now is not energetically potentially ideal for those with Virgo placements, because those with Virgo placements often are working into the context of navigating and healing the relationship to perfection. It's understanding that perfection is a calling. It's something that we bring forth to situations and circumstances. It's not necessarily something that we demand from the self or from others. And this is something that those with Virgo placements often have to work on healing when they're working through their own life cycles. The understanding of feeling the weight or pressure of being able to have the vision of perfection, but not feeling throttled by it, right? Not feeling beaten down by the perfection that we see, but looking at perfection as a summoning, or looking at perfection as a calling that demands or asks us to effectively identify what we can do in order to do something in a greater way. And that's why that's like the irony of perfection, because even as we're often trying to perfect something, we feel like we're missing the mark, right? We feel like it's like, oh, it's not perfect. It gets on you, right? It's needling when you have those moments. And if you've been feeling a lot of that needling as it relates to one's own conception of perfection, I would also like to point out that that has a lot to do with the fact that Mercury right now is also in Virgo. So we've got like a double Virgo situation happening right now in the midst of all of the energy that is retrograding in Aries. So what does that do? It's not perfect. It's like the battle of not being perfect. But that's how we find. That's why when we, and this is why, again, remember I said, like, please don't like take a note from where we saw Mercury before we entered this eclipse cycle, because the only planet that wasn't, prior to entering this eclipse cycle, the one planet that retrograded was in a different house than Aries, was Mercury. And what does Mercury say in in Leo? Have you tried putting a little compassion on that? Okay. Mercury in Virgo almost calls to us and says, hey, if something isn't perfect, what can you do about it? What can you do to do something in a better way? How can you remediate? How can you work on something in a way that it becomes more perfect? Because when we become, and it's the understanding of the making of perfection is not the space of arbitrating upon it. And that's the hard part with when it comes to perfection. When we're scrutinizing things for perfection, when we're trying to arbitrate on what perfection is, it's never to be found. But when we're able to facilitate and identify and work on something greater, the ability to identify and recognize what it is that we're trying to do in a greater capacity, that becomes the air of possibility. And so that, that's a type of vibe that we're going through with this, and this is why I'm calling it a cryptic eclipse, because it's like the energy itself has a tendency to polarize, because you got the expansion of the eclipse energy with the suppression of the retrograde. Now, the one thing I will say is this is having a very deep impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And we did see that there was a shift that potentially that had occurred right around the time, and I was kind of sensing that this was happening before that eclipse, like the eclipse season started. We saw effectively the conclusion of a lot of those temperance relationships that were coming together from about the time of I want to just say, when Uranus went retrograde prior to the eclipse season beginning, up until the time of the recent solstice. And for a lot of those relationships that were coming together during that time, it's understanding the work and power of mutual effort, finding the energetic resolve that allows one to be able to understand that the embodiment of manifestation goals is something that requires the perseverance of self. And that's why I was saying that those relationships have such strong foundation, because that ability to be able to understand and identify the energy of the mutual effort allows for a lot of those relationships to kind of effectively, I want to say, like, build up energetic momentum. And one of the things that we see that is happening right now for some of those relationships that we're moving deeper into divine union, there may be a bit of a heart opening. Now, why do we see a heart opening? Because this is the recognition of the energy identifying that they have found something energetically exceptional in the counterpart. And what that exceptionalism that we're potentially seeing has to do with the gift in being able to see counterpart that is worked through self-deception. Self-deception often acts as a hurdle in us moving towards our manifestation goals, because when we feel there's the difference between articulating that we want something up here versus the experience of having it, can create very different vibrations within us. And often when we don't know ourselves well enough, right, when we haven't done our shadow work, aka shadow work effectively meaning not doing the work to understand the versions of the self, to be able to recognize why one feels stable in terms of what one feels averse upon versus something that one is working on healing within the self, we effectively see that for a lot of those relationships, they may have been holding back in going closer to one another due to the fact that they'd experienced wounds in relationality to another self-deception. And that can be very painful when you're experiencing that, because it's not the fact that the energy didn't want to move closer to one another, but they were energetically wary, having had the experiences of someone articulating their desire for something, only to find that in the moment that the past rises back to the surface, they go running in the opposite direction. And this is why I said that those relationships are being fortified and moving deeper into divine union right now, because they've literally been coming together during a retrograde cycle. The past is all around them, but they're not allowing the context of the past to move away from what they know is for them. A lot of potential heart opening that's coming through right there. And it's almost the space by which they're explaining this to one another, by being able to say, I never doubted you. I didn't realize, but now I see how it's the ability of talking towards the fact that they say, I never doubted you, but I have to say, I've never met anyone like you before, is what I keep on seeing. And this brings us to a lot of the energy that is moving, that is deep within divine union right now. A lot of those relationships, when we're reading for the energy that's moving deep into divine union, we always read upon the most recent cycle that entered that, or we'd be here forever. But the most recent cycle that we effectively saw that was moving deep into divine union right now were those magician partnerships. Now, the magician partnerships were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. These were relationships that are based upon and built upon the understanding that we don't put the power of potential in partner. That when we build into partner, when we look towards partner and we see potential in them, that is something that we need to be wary of, because seeing potential in another, but not living into the authenticity of another, can sometimes create those resolutions where we're trying to change each other in ways that we do not desire to change. Rather, we put the potentiality of what we aspire for in the relationship itself, towards the manifestation goal. not in the personhood of the self. For a lot of these relationships right now, I want to say that this may be feeling somewhat energetically frustrating, having to work to energetically dispel some misconceptions outside of partnership. We've been seeing a lot of those relationships have been going through chirality problems. And what we see with chirality problems is something that looks very similar to something that wasn't good for you. So if these are experiences from the past where someone was trying to move something in with more rapidity towards partnership out of a sense of desperation, the desire to try to heal or fix something that wasn't working, but now they're moving something with a lot of speed because of celebration, the explanation or the exposition of the difference that is potentially necessary to dispel any concerns outside of partnership is also potentially clarifying what energy is moving deeper with them into union, what energy is effectively working towards the hemisphere of the connection of partnership versus someone that they may be feeling like they're moving away from. They're going through maturity wounds, because when we see someone centering partnership, but we're not in a space of maturity or the space by which we understand and recognize that that is something that is natural, it can create the space by another person taking it energetically personally, or for potentially trying to articulate to another that they're moving in the wrong direction. And this is why we see that there's a maturation process that is happening with these relationships, because the conversation may be such that the energy within the union is able to articulate upon the fact that they recognize it's happening, but they can't necessarily tell another person that that's the case, because you can't force wisdom into things without creating trauma. So they're healing their relationship to Saturn. They're looking towards Saturn, time, and saying, can you fix this? With the hope, right? Like the hope that time will be able to fix that, because often in the pathwork of time, we recognize and understand what that feeling of energetic centering is. And that's what allows us to come into a space of deeper healing. This brings us to the energy that's in separation right now. And this energy in separation, I'm getting very strong indications that we're moving into a moon cycle for partnership. This is going to be very, I want to describe this like when we're going through moon cycles in separation, it's very, I want to describe it as work that happens that is very, it's working a lot under the surface. It's working a lot in the context of introspection. And it has a lot to do with the same lesson that we see that the energy that's moving deeper into divine union is working upon and understanding right now, which is we heal relationship when we do our shadow work effectively. And the reason we articulate upon the fact that we heal relationship when we do our shadow work effectively, understanding, again, I know shadow work is like a spooky name for a process by which we confront the things that we feel energetic aversion towards, because the better that we're able to understand our aversions helps us understand if the work that we're trying to do is something that is within, right? Something that we're trying to repair within as it relates to an abandonment wound that may have created an aversion within us, or potentially experiencing an aversion to something that is not for us because it does not merge or align with our energetic standards. We also see that there's a lot of contemplation on understanding that no two, and we're going to hear no two blah is alike during Uranus Gemini cycles, because it's not enough to have standards. Because I keep wondering, if your standards are ridiculous, they don't need to be energetically held. A healthy standard is one that feels like one can articulate and share with another, because in the articulation of it, it is energetically fortified. So this is why we see that there may be a lot of energy right now in separation, healing from circumstances or situations where they have ascertained and they've been able to release trauma with the recognition that another does not hold the same standards as they themselves hold. And while that is painful, right? While that is saddening, it's not overwhelming, because it's the observation of what is occurring, the comprehension that allows for the energetic possibility of healing within the self, not trying to change another's standards, right? You never want to get into a space where you feel like you have to wrestle with another person to have the same standards as you do, but just simply being able to identify and recognize why there is potentially a separation in the first place. Simultaneously, we see that there may be a lot of connections that are coming together right now, and the key word is delicate. These are relationships that are starting with very, very delicate conversations. There's a lot of energetic nuance there. They're feeling each other out in the best way possible. But the reason that we see that they're feeling each other out in the best way possible is because, and like I said, we're going through Uranus and Gemini, which is working through the context of understanding the self. It's working through the context of being able to identify. So I keep on seeing that these are a lot of energies right now that are treading carefully into partnership, having experienced. I keep on hearing having experienced simultaneously, like we said, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, wounds of having to navigate another person's self deception, which is the statement by which they articulate that they desire something, but without having the force of will to be able to move towards it, navigate or maintain it. So we see even now that there's like a lot of this energy. I want to say like this could be a lot of relationships coming together with like very ironic conversations, or potentially like I keep on seeing like there's almost like I keep on getting like it's giving me it's giving a little bit of energy, and that's what I mean about moon partnerships, which is like it's like trying to have a conversation with like without directly addressing the elephant in the room, or like trying to talk about something in a way that one is able to approach something that feels like it's energetically overwhelming, right? And so it's interesting because there's delicacy there, but there's also a lot of compassion that is occurring in those conversations, because it's a compassion of care that we've articulated, right? The ability to talk from, to the ability to speak upon passion in a way that amplifies how much we care about something. I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that's doing so. I keep on getting delicately but strongly, right? So like a little, like I keep on hearing, it's like the tenderness that they bring towards something that also has with it a lot of like a lot of energetic majesty, if you will, because they're identifying and recognizing the like they're recognizing and identifying, or they're fine tuning upon conversation in a way that's helping them fortify and identify themselves in relationality to how they feel about things. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Hi there, Lex. Good to see you today. Welcome, V. Thank you for sharing the live. Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. They said we are ending year 9 with a bang. Man, they weren't kidding, Alexandra. And Claire, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. Kafka, thank you for those gifts. Welcome, Ava. So good to see you today. Moon Rocks, thank you for the follow. Ugh, I felt that. Welcome, Alexandra. Sai, welcome, V. Thank you for the compliment, Tawanda. And thank you, Louise, for the follow. Wild Onion, thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising Bridget. And thank you, Shirkit, for the roses. How are you doing today, Mother Tria? Good to see you. Oh, you're finally home. Welcome, Bridget. Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. I hope you are I hope you are restoring and recovering at home. Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Share, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the first person read for today. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. Also, if you are on my hold list, please let me know sooner rather than later so I can add you to the list. Grand Rising Per, good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. I'm good. Lots of introspecting today. Excellent, Alexandra. Oh, she's been attached to you like glue. I'm glad to hear that you guys are reunited. Grand Rising Fig, hope you're having a beautiful start to your day as well. Slept for a solid 8.5 hours. That's amazing. I love this for you. Excellent. And Mother, thank you for those roses. Feeling the eclipse energy, more tired and sleepy. You know, Beep, one of the things I just been saying right now, the thing about this particular energy right now is it really it's very spiky, right? You'll be great, you'll be down, you'll be great, it's a lot of this right now. And it's happening very frequently because it's like it's all of the eclipse energy combined with the retrograde, you know? It's incongruous. Okay. It's incongruous energy. It's incongruous. Teal, thank you for the follow as well. All right, Grand Rising, Nikki, good to see you today. You're welcome, Cher. Looking forward to our reading. Hi there. How are you doing, Nikki? I'm feeling the eclipse energy. Yep, absolutely. And Nikki Rise, good to see you as well. I had some wild dreams last night too. I was riding a dirt bike and it seems so real. Oh, well, again, just a reminder, if anybody would like a dream interpretation, we are doing dream interpretations here today. We are doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Wild Onion, thank you for recharging your heart needs. Just a reminder, if you guys would like an extra animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, make sure that you're recharging those heart needs. Jana, thank you for those gifts as well. Excellent. Oh, your birthday's in 2 days. Tell the eclipse energy to give me a break, please. I got it. Like I've been telling you guys right now, my heart goes out to my Virgo babies. This energy right now for Virgos in your season, it's not energetically ideal. It's not ideal. I know it's not ideal. I got like, I feel this exact same. I felt like this when I saw the energy that we were going through Pisces season on. The energy during Pisces season was not ideal. I was like, my jaw was on the floor when I was seeing Pisces having to go through their season, and every single planet was moving out of Pisces. I was like, oh no. I was like, no, no. And this energy too, right? When we're working through Virgo cycles, like I keep on describing it. The vibes are not immaculate. It's like, the energy right now with the combination of the retrograde and the eclipse, and this is the thing about it, a Mercury in Virgo, it's everything about this energy right now is it's anomaly energy. And I like all of this stuff, like when it's not together, it's not a big deal, right? Like a Mercury in Virgo is usually not a big deal. But a Mercury in Virgo during Virgo season, that can feel a lot. That can feel very energetically intense. That can feel like a lot of the energetic pressure. And then like again, and that's why we're working through a lot of these energetic cycles that are helping us work towards, like we're all going through the Virgo cycles together, which is the understanding that perfect is not found, it's made. And when we're looking for perfect, we are often miserable. Never are we more miserable when we're looking for perfect, because when you're looking for perfect, you're like, this isn't it, right? Like, but when you're trying to make something energetically perfect, then that is the gift that you bring. The ability to identify perfect is something that exists within us. It's not something that we demand from those around us. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work. And I'll tell you right now, this is what I meant about making sure that compassion is guiding you through these cycles. Because compassion, remember compassion, and we're going to keep on talking about this. Compassion isn't about energetic niceness. Compassion is not niceness. Compassion is the ability to articulate upon something that is energetically important to us, that allows us the ability to see how we are able to do something more effectively. It is the active energetic conversation. And so, and that's why I keep on seeing that one of the things that may be happening right now in these energetic cycles is the articulation point between dispassion and passion, because dispassion is operating from the space by which you're allowing one's passions to guide you, right? When we're being dispassionate, we're being fueled by our passions. But when we are being compassionate, we are communicating upon why we feel the things that we feel. And that's why we say compassion starts with the self. Because when we are energetically compassionate to ourselves, we're able to identify and recognize what those standards are. That said, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but that, like, this is just some of the work that we're having to like go through right now. It's not easy. And that's why I said one of the things that's going to potentially help with this energy to a certain extent is the fact that tomorrow Mercury is moving into Libra. And Mercury moving into Libra is potentially going to feel like a little bit, like it's a little bit more of that space of being able to find that balance, right? It's going to potentially like I want to say like potentially that needling energy is probably going to move back a little bit, because like it's the double amplifying force of like the Virgo energy in combination with the Mercury in Virgo. It can create a lot of that, like it can create a lot of that feeling of over scrutinizing upon things, if that makes sense. All right, just reading over the comments. And yep, you get me. I'm so glad, V, that this message connects to you as well. Hi there, Cher. Virgo, Sun, Venus, and Mercury. And here's the thing about it, right? If you're Virgo and you're doing this work right now, and that's what's so beautiful. Like when a Virgo's doing this work, it's amazing, because Virgo's doing the work of this right now. It allows the ability to be able to identify and recognize what one is trying to do in a better way, right? It's a lot. It's like and I want to say this, and I know if you're a Virgo, you don't want to hear this. You got to start having the compassion needs to go towards you first, right? The compassion. Because when Virgos start giving that compassion to themselves, then it's a gift that they give to those around the self, right? Like the compassion that we find for ourselves immediately is expressed or expounded upon what it is that we're trying to do in a greater capacity for those around us, right? It's a lot of that force that we see and recognize, but even in the context of identifying and recognizing that work, it's not energetically easy. And so that's why I said, like, again, if you're a Virgo, and if you're a Virgo, or you've got heavy Virgo placements and you're going through this energy like right now, be easy on yourself. And if you don't like me saying that, then you have to do it twice. I see the Virgos being like, don't you dare say that to me. Hi there, Joe. Thank you for the follow. Bridget, I don't remember a thing, but I remember all the people I don't talk to anymore were in it. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of karmic dreams that are happening right now. Almost all of the dreams I've been reading during this retrograde cycle have been karmic, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've got so many planets in retrograde. My North Node and my Saturn is in Virgo. With Saturn in Virgo, that's intense. Yeah. You're probably feeling a lot of it right now too, Figs. I'm sending you support on that. Remember, I want you to keep on focusing. Perfect is what we make with less than perfect situations, right? It's like a sandwich with the peanut butter on the outside. Yes. Beautifully stated, Wild. That is exactly the type of energy that we're experiencing right now. Yep. Normally Virgo season makes me want to clean and organize. I know. And that's the thing about it. Like, I would not be surprised right now if you're trying to do that work in doing something more effectively, and you feel like you're playing a little bit of energetic catch up. Like that's what we see with this type of energy. The time I'm sitting in the mess, like I don't even know anymore. Exactly. I know what you mean, Alexandra. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like, and that's the thing about, I got to stress this, like the thing we see with Neptune and Saturn, working into that context, it can often feel like the space by which we identify and recognize, like, where did the time go, right? Like it's a lot of that, like Neptune and Saturn both retrograding together can often make us feel like time is moving both fast and slow at the same time. It's like a little bit strange like that. Yep, I absolutely. And Rose Blue, thank you. Your subscription, Rosa, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hold on a moment, just catching back up. So you're saying there's hope. No, honestly, honestly, the Libra energy might help, might create a little bit more of that like steadying is what I'm seeing. Like with Mercury moving into Libra. Yes, when this energy clears, I'm going to take some vacation days and just declutter. It's a good plan. Same. I can't wait. So much need to purge. I've been cleaning, sorting, and purging, sending you support on that, Figs. Intuit, all things intuitive. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you're building stuff. I like that, Figs. Yes, lucky this energy isn't halting you. Absolutely. It's making me, I know no, but that I need to stress this. I would like Fig, if you're taking it, if you're taking the frustration, like the stir craziness, and you're moving it into productive spaces, that's usually a good way to like place a lot of this energy right now. But you're allergic to peanut butter. I must be my Saturn because my rising sign is ruled by Saturn. No, and I mean like the thing about it right now, and I gotta tell you, like the thing that's happening right now with Saturn that's like putting us all in like a little bit of a tailspin is the fact that like Saturn, just given its placement right now, you have to understand Saturn has been on the meridian of Aries for a majority of this year. And every time every time it retrogrades, it slips back into Pisces. So it's it's a lot of that, like I keep on describing it, like it's a lot of it's a lot of that, it's a lot of that working through pathwork of perseverance, and it's also having to work through, I keep on hearing like the understand, and it's a conversation on why we feel fortified by emotions. We don't feel energetically driven by them, because when we feel energetically fortified by emotions, we're effectively able to identify and articulate upon something that has energetic meaning to us. When we're driven by emotions, and this is what we talk about, this is why it's so detrimental to be energetically driven by emotions. Our emotions change. Our emotions can change by eating like a bad sandwich. You know what I mean? Like our emotions, our emotions, our emotions are energetically fickle unless, and there's always the space by which we say unless, right? Unless there are emotions that effectively are something that rise up in relationality to a standard. The ability to articulate and identify something that we're trying to do in a greater way. So for like, I keep on getting that, like for a lot of the energy right now, um, and this is why I told you about the fact that there may be some moments right now in this energy where there's some like heavy ending of relationship or of into separation, in the difference of understanding. And we were talking a lot about this, and this was like why we saw this happening almost synchronized to when we saw those temperance relationships forming. The understanding that emotions don't go away when we're holding energetic standards, right? It's the shape by which we're able, and this is what we talk about with the fact that time heals things. Because when we feel emotional on something that was not an energetic standard, we often come into a space of energetic regret, because we look at something and we say, that wasn't necessary, right? That wasn't necessary. And so that ability of being able to resolve that within the self allows us to be able to do something in a greater way. I would not be surprised right now if there are relationships that are healing in the context of, again, I even said situations of articulating upon another eclipse cycle wherein someone potentially brought unnecessary emotions to bear, right? The observation of being able to look upon something and say the perspective that we receive that allows us to be able to see and heal something further with the observation of the force of intention on feeling a lot of emotions is something that was very small. At the same time, that does not occur in situations and circumstances where we were holding emotions on something that is an energetic standard, because we carry standards with us, right? They don't necessarily go away. And when we're carrying standards with us, and we often feel bad that we have emotions, it's the emotions that we feel that are clarified through the space of time, because they allow us the ability to see something with even more clarity. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy going through this work right now, it's, it's like, there's some energy. It's not to say that there isn't some positive resolution that is happening in these modalities. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's the positive healing with energy that's willing to do the shadow work of the self, right? Which is the space by which one recognizes and identifies something that you're working on doing in a greater fashion or in a better way. It's not easy, right? And again, that's why I keep on saying to anyone going through this energy right now, if you're just working through this right now, trying to like maintain and even keel, you don't need to feel like you need to activate in every single energetic cycle. Like the ability to just say like this right now is awesome. It's like I am giving you a round of applause, because it moves. It's heavy stuff. But again, hopefully Mercury moving into Libra will kind of smooth things out a little bit. Excellent. And Ava, I got you on the list, and thank you for those who've gotten on the list. I am going to read the list right now. We've got here Cher, Esteban, welcome, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And Ava. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to get on the list, please let me know, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. You have to let me know if you're on the hold list if you want to be added back to it. And let me just read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes. In Aquarius, or at least traditionally. Okay, yeah, but I mean, I gotta say, I was saying, this type of energy right now, potentially frustrating Aquarius placements, Virgo placements, and I'm gonna say even now, like Pisces placements. This type of energy, I feel, can be very heavy. It can be very difficult. So just be mindful of that too. Hi there, Revolt. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Thomas, for stopping by. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, Esteban. How are you doing today, Anita? Libra, always the balance. Absolutely. Well, we will be moving into Libra season very soon. So there's that. That's good. That's something to look. And again, and then there'll be something else that we're going through. That's like, I'm going to be writing an article about all of this in the next couple of days that you'll be able to find over on my stack. Good to see you, Esteban. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day, Ola. And Grand Rising. Yeah, my emotions would definitely change if I ate a bad sandwich. Don't mess with my sandwiches. I'm doing well. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And I've got you on the list, Ava. And thank you, Well Done Ian, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who is part of our recent tarot class on the Tower card. Tarot class is this week. It's going to be on Thursday this week. I know it's typically on Wednesday. We're doing it on Thursday this week. It'll be at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied thus far prior to beginning our next class. You got a day or two if you wanted to catch a couple of those classes, though. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access. You will also receive access to one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in terms of anything we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes towards the best advantage, moving towards our tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my giveaway information or any new offerings that I am offering there. I also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we experience. I'm going to be writing one soon on this new moon, because this new moon is going to feel a lot like a full moon. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. Those can be purchased again on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. I also want to let you guys know, so that you guys can stay more consistent at a discounted rate. I also want to let you guys know that I also offer now dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 8.3K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Right now, Wild Onion, you are currently in the lead. So congratulations there. Wishing you guys a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. As I said, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Hold on a moment. How are you? Oh, the How I Met Your Mother. I got on the list. Excellent. All astro journalism, we can look back at it and remember the fond memories. I like that, Alexandra. Absolutely. Excellent. Grand Rising, Haley. I know I'm really excited about the star card too. It's an absolutely fascinating card, and it's going to be really, really, it's going to be a really, really interesting class. We're going to talk about the history of that card. We're going to talk about the symbolism of that card. We're going to talk about spread application, so how you can read that card in any direction it might appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be providing you guys a unique spread to help you channel the messages of that card into your own reading. And again, you know, the nice thing too is you don't need to be caught up to take these classes. Wherever you are on your tarot journey, you can just pick up the class where we're beginning. It'll be perfectly fine, especially because I do a lot of work in the classes to make sure that it's accessible for someone who's just entering for the first time. Excellent. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Hold on a minute. I know it is a beautiful card. I know it is. I know it's a lot of people's fave. It's a very unique card. Yes. The new moon will feel like this new moon will feel like a full moon. I have them in my nightstand, but I need to get consistent with it. What do you have in your nightstand? What about writing makes you feel like it's been too much to do at the moment? Oh, potentially, I'm gonna wager there's probably a lot of stuff coming up, right? Like once you start, you can't stop. If I'm not telling myself to do it, I won't. Almost like I need to schedule. I'm very much the same in that way, Esteban. You know. All right. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The eagle. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading or after our daily collective. I struggle with the finding motivation to write. Brain fires so fast and then empties itself. Well, you know, one of the things I try to do, and we do this over on the disco, is I actually post journal prompts there to kind of help. Like often, sometimes having a prompt will kind of get that motivation, like get that locomotion starting, if you, in a way. Wait, I had that one. Oh, you had that one, did you, Esteban? Well done. Excellent. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yes, you did get your intuition badge, and you're having a reading today. If you guys could do me a favor and also share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards, we are starting our day off with today are our King of Swords in its reversal in combination with our 10 of Swords in its reversal. This energy right now is working through the context of vulnerability. And one of the things that we're also identifying, and here's the thing that's really important, which is, you know, when we're identifying and working on the space of, I want to describe this, and this was a continuation of the conversation that we were having in yesterday's reading. This is also a conversation that was coming through on why it's so important to move away from energetic sources of trauma. Because when we're feeling energetically traumatized, it requires us to become dispassionate, right? The problem, the difficulty or the hurdle that we often identify with trauma is not the space by which something is hurting us. It's almost a space by which it nothings us. It's a space by which it creates the ability of not being able to have your emotionality, right? Like the song of trauma is often articulated or identified upon not getting one's hopes up, right? It's like the space by which one doesn't feel the energetic wherewithal to do something. And this is why, and this is one of the things that I think is kind of helpful right now, with the fact that we see that we've got a little bit of this healthy energy that's potentially moving in right now to help us with this eclipse cycle, because we've got the moon right now in Leo, in combination with the fact that tomorrow Mercury is moving into Libra. And so, it keeps on giving, it's giving a lot of the vibration of recognizing and understanding the power of healthy communication. It's the space by which we're able to articulate upon something that has energetic meaning to us, that allows us to be able to do something more effectively. And this is why, and I feel like this is important and coming up right now, because I almost see some energy in separation moving away from eggshell energy. And what is eggshell energy, right? Eggshell energy is often what we encounter in the space of trauma, because it's the space by which you don't necessarily, it's like the space by which you don't necessarily know if you're energetically doing something wrong until you've energetically done it wrong. It's a space by which you're constantly in a like the hyper vigilance that is often energetically required to inhabit a traumatic space will often create in us the need to disassociate, right? And that feeling of energetic disassociation, as it were, creates the space of dispassion, right? Because when we stop allowing ourselves to feel, then when we see another person feeling, we feel like it brings up, I keep wondering, it stirs a lot of energetic feelings within us, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that being like working on your own healing journey often feels like you have to be an energetic warrior, because you have to push back, right? You have to push back against the energetic force that makes you feel the desire to just effectively give up on things. Like the feeling to give up on things is the source of energetic trauma. It's the weariness that we build in relationality to the context, the things that cannot change. And this is why we understand that when we have that force of compassion, right, we move it into a space to be able to resolve something or work upon something more effectively, because it doesn't, I keep on seeing, it doesn't create a situation of fragility, right? It doesn't create the space by which we're constantly demanding that same sense of perfection in those around us, but rather the sense of compassion and the understanding that we're all doing the best that we can at every moment. And so something that I'm seeing that's happening there is, for a lot of the energy in separation, and I can keep on seeing, like, this is a new, like, and this is what I meant about it appearing that a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine, like the energy in separation right now, is working on moon lessons. And what we effectively see, and I'm looking forward to like being able to like teach on this card, because I often feel that this card is misunderstood. Moon energy is understanding that the work that we do within ourselves is so important, because essentially we all reflect back upon each other, right? This is what we talk about when we speak about being a healthy mirror, right? And that's why I often need to point out, like, the space by which we understand and recognize that And this is the space by which we understand and recognize. And I keep on hearing the job is not to match energy, but to be a healthy mirror, which is, what do we mean when we talk about the job is not to match energy, but to be a healthy mirror? Is the space by which, if another person comes towards you in a way that doesn't ring true to you, right? The last thing you want to do is match them in that way, because all you do in the context of matching them is saying that you can bring another person to any space that you yourself are in, simply by being like the worst energetic version of the self, right? But when we're in the space, and this is what we keep on seeing, like when we're working into the space of understanding our own energetic virtues, it allows us the context by which we work towards something in a greater fashion. We work towards trying to energetically resolve something. But the funny thing about it is, the thing that we're usually trying to resolve is something that exists within the self. It's the observation of what it is that we're trying to do in a greater way. It's the observation of being able to do something in a way that allows us the ability to achieve and define and articulate more upon what it is that we put our energetic standards upon. And so that's what I keep on seeing right now for a lot of the energy in separation. It's vulnerable stuff, right? It's having to navigate through energetic vulnerability. But this is why we talk about the fact that when we talk about the fact that, like, working through the context of surrender, surrender is not giving up on things. Surrender is understanding the force and situation of what one is encountering, right? Not getting upset about it, not throwing your hands up about it, but just accepting it. And when one is able to accept the energetic circumstances around the self, one is able to work upon doing something in a greater way. And that's what I keep on seeing that is potentially happening right now in a lot of the energy and separation. There's either I've got a couple different modalities that are happening right now in separation. I'm either seeing circumstances or situations wherein there is an identification point of, there is not the fact that there isn't some resolution that is happening in these modalities, but it's the energetic resolution that occurs in the experience of being able to identify and recognize. I keep on saying the overabundance of emotionality to something that was not necessarily energetically important, right? The observation of working through something in a way that allows one to articulate and define upon it is a lot of the space by which I see that there is some healthy restoration that's occurring in these modalities. I'm even potentially seeing that it's allowing for the context of identifying the work that may have, like situations that may have occurred during another eclipse cycle. Because often what we articulate that happens during eclipse cycles is that ability of molehills becoming mountains, doing something that's small that another person makes incredibly energetically relevant. In the context of Saturn kind of healing, I keep wondering, Saturn is healing some previous ecliptic cycles, because it's the observation of understanding the relevance on something that helps us define what it is that we're trying to do in a greater way, right? It's the significator point on what is energetically important. Simultaneously, we see at the same time there may be some fundamental ending of energetic cycles in relationality to the proportion by which we understand and identify that emotionality does not waver when we're holding an energetic standard. That often the way we can identify the difference between an energetic standard we're holding for something not important is the fact that we carry it with us through time. We're able to speak upon it. We're able to articulate and define the energetic meaning it has to us. And that's why I keep on hearing it. I keep on getting the same message here as it relates to things, situations from the past. Like, if these are circumstances that I said from the past where another person comes towards someone and says, "Are you done being emotional?" I almost see the energy saying in separation, "I prepared a lecture." Right? It's the energy that says, it was never emotion that you were finding there. It was an energetic standard. And that's what I keep on seeing. There may be a lot of healing that is happening right now, resolving trauma with the understanding of comprehension, because we resolve trauma with comprehension. The observation of it's not the fact that the pain goes away, but it's understanding the situation by which the pain occurred in the first place. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that, it may be triggering, but I'm going to tell you right now, it may be triggering in a positive way, because it's the trigger that one is able to understand and define upon why, which is often feel like, and this is what we talk about, there are some triggers that are healthy, because triggers should be there on things that we should have feelings upon, is what I keep on hearing. Feelings, you should have triggers on things if there's something important that is energetically occurring. It's not just the evaporation of triggers. Why would you get rid of a trigger if a trigger is energetically protecting a standard, right? And I would even say right now, like, I can almost see some situations where someone's saying, "Oh, you seem triggered," and being like, "Of course I'm triggered. I'm supposed to be triggered." Like, we're supposed to have energetic feelings upon things that have significance or meaning to us. There's this illusion that something that says in some way, shape, form, or fashion that we're only healed if we get rid of triggers. Nothing could be further from the case. When you get rid of all your triggers, congratulations. You've completely disassociated. Nothing matters to you anymore. That sounds safe. That sounds safe. That sounds healthy. That sounds healthy. No, it's understanding our energetic triggers. It's not being guided by them. It's observing them. It's observing them and being able to articulate upon them that allows us to have the energetic force of meaning. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy potentially in separation right now, like working through something that is energetically difficult, but also feeling at the same time fortified in relationality to what one is observing and why it is energetically difficult. I keep on seeing that it's a lot of the energetic observation, if you will, that allows one to define and articulate upon what is significant and energetically important. And so everything I keep on seeing, and this is what I meant about some of these relationships that are coming together right now in separation, because the work that we're effectively identifying that's happening right now in some of these new relationships that are coming through, I keep on getting like, these are baby steps, right? These are relationships that are moving together with such delicacy, with such care, with such energetic trepidation. But the reason we keep on seeing a lot of that care, like the reason I keep on seeing that the new relationships are treading carefully because they care. And that's what I meant about working through chirality lessons, right? Which is the difference between walking on eggshells with someone, which is the space by which you're afraid to articulate upon something for fear that they'll become energetically reactive upon it, versus the delicacy by which we approach something that is energetically important, right? So it's interesting because I'm seeing here that for some of these new relationships that are coming together, they're feeling each other out in relationality to what they have reverence upon. Continuing dear clarification, center card for today's spread. Wow, this Queen of Wands, man. She's cracking me up this week. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh. This Queen of Wands energy this week, the reason I'm laughing is the fact that the last 3 days, go head over, go take a little peek, go take a little peek on the stack. The Queen of Wands has been in the top row for the Queen of Wands has been in the top row for like the last 3 days. Yesterday, it was in the exact same position as the day before. Today, we find that they've just centered themselves. And this is what we talk about in relationality to finding our energetic center, right? Like when we find our energetic center, and this is what I keep on seeing, when you're feeling energetically triggered, right? Remember who you are. Is what I keep on hearing. This is what helps center us when we're feeling triggered, right? Because triggers often want to create the space by which we forget ourselves, right? It's a space by which we feel energetically reactive. But when we feel energetically, when we're in the space of having a healthy trigger, right? It's the trigger that centers us. It's the trigger that aligns us. It's the trigger that we observe within us, but we don't react to, that allows us to find our energetic center. So I almost see that, like, again, if you're doing like a lot of the work that we're observing that is happening right now in relationality to like doing the work of this, like I told you, the eclipse retrograde energy, and it's hard, right? And it's having a different impact depending on where you find yourself, not only in the relationship dynamics, but also masculine and feminine energy right now. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not upset. I'm not upset to see these energies in these directions, because this is the articulation point of healthy counterpart energy, right? Healthy counterpart does not need to be in the same modality. Like, why would you need to be in energetic lockstep with energy that's counterpart? Right? It's like energy that's counterpart allows us the space by which we are able to complement. It's the space by which we're able to identify and derive what we're trying to do in a better way. And so everything we keep on seeing here has to do with the space of the, and this is what I meant about those relationships that are coming together right now. Remember when I said and articulated upon those temperance partnerships, right? The observation of being able to recognize and understand how one is working to achieve upon something in a greater way. And that's what I keep on hearing. And it's beautiful. What's funny about the energy that is coming into divine union right now, I'm going to tell you right now, those temperance relationships are blowing each other's minds, is what I keep on seeing. And why is the energy that's coming into divine union right now blowing each other's minds? I keep on hearing them say, you have to forgive me, but I didn't realize you were exceptional, right? I said, you have to forgive me. I didn't realize that you were energetically exceptional, which is the observation and the understanding that I keep on seeing, that if these are, and I keep on seeing that a lot of these relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, we're speaking specifically upon those temperance relationships that were coming together from between the time of Mercury, of Uranus retrograding before the eclipse, up until the time of Mercury, up until the solstice. These were a lot of relationships. Remember when I said that they had the most strong foundations, because they were coming together during a retrograde cycle, which is like literally the space or place where the past isn't the past. The past is trying to make its way back into the present. So I see, like, so the ability of the energy to have carried wounds in relationality to another person's energetic misconception. And what do we mean by energetic misconception? One of the things that's really important that we work on, work on in relationality to our manifestation goals, is making sure that we're not in the space of self-deception, right? A healthy manifestation coming into fruition will help you see everything that one needs to see in relationality to self-deception, because it's the observation of understanding that some things feel better in here than they do over here. Like, everything's nice up in this place, but when you get here, it's a different experience, right? So that's why we keep on seeing that there was potentially some energy that was moving into partnership, and they were holding back some of their heart space, right? The observation of the fear of what one was articulating versus the direction that they were actually moving towards. But I keep on seeing the resolution of coming through this energetic retrograde cycle and being able to articulate and define upon something in such a way that it energetically reaffirms the self. I almost see the energy like articulating from a space of relief, from a space of delight, and almost like being able to share with one another exactly how much meaning that something has, or how delighted they are to have found one another, because it's the observation of being able to amplify and articulate upon the fact that they've encountered exceptional energy. I keep on seeing it's like the space of delight wherein anything is energetically possible. Now this brings us to and this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that, like this feels like, I want to say this feels like a lot of heart opening right now in relationality, to be able to articulate and define how, I keep on hearing like this is the energy that's feeling the trust that's expanding, that's allowing them the ability to energetically share more. This brings us to our fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread today. And these are for the energies that are deep within divine union right now. We've got here this, oh my gosh, we've got here the 7 of Cups in its upright, in combination with our 6 of Pentacles in its upright. So one of the things that we're effectively seeing right now, and this is what, and I want to kind of stress this in relationality to identifying and recognizing the work that we effectively articulate upon during the retrograde cycles. Because I feel like for a lot of the energy right now that is deep within divine union, and you'll recall, we're speaking specifically of the most recent cycle that moved deep within divine union, which were those magician relationships that were coming together from the period of the solstice up until the time Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. For a lot of these relationships, there's something that is occurring as it relates to a maturation process. And I need to articulate, maturation processes they're always bittersweet. They're always bittersweet. There's always those modalities or experiences that articulate upon them being bittersweet, because often what happens during maturation processes is the recognition of holding wisdom upon something that one doesn't feel like one can share with another, because they haven't effectively arrived to that energetic understanding yet. And what's effectively happening with some of those relationships is the observation of working, and I even saw last week, the work to effectively dispel a misconception, the ability to articulate upon the difference of trying to do something, from like trying to move something into a space of rapidity out of a sense of desperation versus a sense of celebration. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that ability to be able to articulate and define upon something, the ability to be able to effectively expound upon it, but even in such a way that I keep on seeing what's happening right now, like for a lot of those relationships, they're articulating something within they're articulating upon the changes that they're seeing outside of the context of partnership as a result to being in healthy relationship. And that's one of the things we don't talk about enough. It's very difficult to understand and recognize the shifts that sometimes happen outside of partnership when we've entered healthy relationship. Because I keep on seeing that a lot of those relationships, they're centering into partnership. And there's a difference between being in relationship and centering into partnership. Because when you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship with anyone and anything. But when we center into partnership, we energetically prioritize upon the partnership. So I keep on seeing that the centering that's occurring right now for some of those magician partnerships is affecting the orbit around the relationship. And that is the space by which, for those, I keep on seeing, for the energy that is maturated, it's fortifying a lot of those relationships. And for the energy, that is not in the space of being able to understand that is something that is energetically natural. There may be argumentation points in terms of another person seeing someone moving into healthy partnership and trying to articulate to them outside of partnership that they feel like they're moving in the wrong energetic direction. So that's why I keep on seeing I keep on hearing it's the energy that is working through something and they're accepting it, but it's also energetically bittersweet. Continuing, and that's why I said they're healing, and they're healing. And often when we build into wisdom, we heal our relationship to Saturn, because it's the space by which they understand that they can't force wisdom into things, but Saturn can help with that. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and its reversal in combination with our Ten of Swords in its reversal. Yep, we've got here the Devil card. Now let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about this devil energy that we see, because it's been popping up. It's been popping up a few times right now, during these retrograde eclipse during this retrograde eclipse process. Often when we see the context of the devil card, where we talk a lot upon the space of understanding and recognizing energetic fixations, right? Like, devil card often talks towards what we feel energetically fixated upon. And the thing that's important that I keep on seeing is when we are identifying upon our energetic standards, we're never fixated upon them, because it's the ability to articulate and understand upon something, the ability to expound upon it, that doesn't articulate the fact that one is fixated upon it. It's the understanding, the quality of understanding what it means to the self, right? And this is the thing about, and this is why I tell you guys during eclipse cycles to make sure that the energy that you're bringing to things is proportional to something that is occurring, because often there is a tendency during eclipse cycles for something very small to be energetically happening and to make a big energetic deal out of it, right? To take something that is small and make a big deal out of it. What's interesting about this eclipse, and this is what I'm effectively seeing that's happening because of the retrograde energy, is potentially situations or circumstances wherein I keep on getting um, the space by which we understand. Like, I keep on saying it has a lot to do in relationality to and I want to kind of I need to kind of move through this, because it's very, like I said, the difficulty with Gemini and Uranus is it's working through a lot of the space of comparison. It's working through a lot of the space and being able to articulate the difference between things, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that no two feelings are alike, right? That when we're doing the work of understanding the self, we recognize the nuances of things. The equilibrium is not found in everything being the same. Equilibrium is found in recognizing and understanding what one must bring to something in order to bring equilibrium. We're going to talk a lot about this when we get into Libra season, because balance, it's interesting. Balance is not proportional, but you need to have a sense of proportion to be able to understand and recognize how balance occurs, right? You can't, like, and it's interesting, like when you do something in a point of sameness, like, I want you to think about it. If you do something in a point of sameness, you never create energetic balance, right? It's the question that, like, fairness and balance are different things, and we're gonna talk a lot about that when we come into when we talk into Libra season, because often that's a lot of the work that comes up in that space, because those with Libra placements often arrive to do that work in understanding what it means to navigate or maintain energetic balance. It's proportional. Um, and this is why we talk about the fact that that's why it's so detrimental to energetically try to match things, Because when you're energetically trying to match things and you're not being energetically proportional, then you're moving more into a space. And I keep on hearing, when you try to match energy with someone, all you do is articulate and define to another that they can move you into any energetic modality. When we move with a sense of understanding our own virtue, right? Like that's the space by which we center ourselves. It's the observation and being able to amplify and do something, like I like to say, like doing something with a space of energetic significance, because we're able to articulate and speak towards why something has energetic meaning to us. So something that we're seeing that is happening here has a lot to do, and that's what I meant about a lot of the energy and separation, potentially doing a lot of that work in relationality to deep diving right now. This is either the energy in separation that is, I keep on hearing like this, like the retrograde eclipse season. And it's not so hard if you're already doing your shadow work effectively. Like if this is something that you do on the daily, which you should, right? Like the ability to like work through something and to see how one could be doing something in a better way, and understanding like what one is trying to let go of. This creates that sense of energetic proportion. But often, and that's the hard part with these retrograde cycles, sometimes these retrograde cycles, like if you're not doing your shadow work, it brings out a lot of others, like it brings out a lot of ugliness, right? Because it's the emotionality, right? It's the microscopic emotionality that felt like one could contain it prior to the eclipse happening, that then becomes energetically overwhelming because you never energetically addressed it. It's like, I told you, it's like boom, it's like it makes things it makes things feel energetically magnified. And that's why I keep on seeing that that state or that space of doing so. um it's not easy, but and I keep on seeing, like, I want to say, like, there's something about energy in separation right now, potentially, like I keep on hearing working through something that energetically hurts the eyes, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I keep on getting, because like the observation of seeing something and like feeling the space of observing and wishing, like I keep on hearing, like wishing there was something that one could do in a different way, like, and that's why I keep on hearing, it's like I feel like there's almost like a lot of that. It's like there's energy and separation that is moving through a point of grief, because the energy that's effectively grieving is coming through the observation of seeing something that they energetically wish that they could change, but also understanding the nature of the fact that they can't. Because I keep on hearing that when another person, like I keep on hearing, we don't struggle with standards, is what I keep on hearing, which is why we say we don't wrestle with standards, because you shouldn't feel forced to energetically articulate to another what those standards are. We effectively work to identify and recognize them within each other, right? And this is why, like, that's why I keep on seeing that even in some of these relationships that are coming together right now, it's delicate stuff, like there's a sense, or there's a space of trepidation. But I keep on seeing that the trepidation has to do in the fact that the energy in separations has had wounds that occurred in energy, that was, I keep on hearing, energy that had not healed from their own fallacy of self-deception, which is again the understanding that sometimes we hurt each other not because we mean to, but because we don't know ourselves well enough. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of swords in its reversal in combination with our queen of wands in its upright. Boom, there it is. Man, this second row right now, it's heavy. This is some heavy stuff here. This is we got the devil card with the 5 of with the Five of Pentacles. And I keep on seeing that um, for, how do I describe this? For a lot of the energy right now, that for a lot of the energy right now that is moving deeper into divine union, right? Specifically, we're articulating upon those temperance relationships. This is potentially sharing more to one another as it relates to how they were hurt in the past, is what I keep on seeing. This is saying to me, like, I almost see some kind of circumstances or situations where this energy, I keep on hearing the energy like moving deeper in divine union and saying, like, I'm ready to share my grief with you, which is the space by which we articulate upon something that energetically hurt us. But I keep on saying we often share our grief when we feel like we're in a safe space, right? Like it's the weight by which we identify. And I keep on hearing, like, this is what I meant about some of that energy moving into divine union right now and potentially experiencing a heart opening. Because what happens when you experience and encounter exceptional energy? It makes you recognize the full weight of something that you've been energetically carrying all this time, right? Sometimes those spaces or those places, like I almost see this energy, like almost saying things to one another and being like, I didn't even know I felt that way, you know? But that's what happens. I keep wondering, that's what happens when we encounter exceptional relationship. Exceptional relationship allows us to see things that we couldn't see. It allows us to heal hurts that we didn't know that we were holding on to. And so I keep on hearing, like, a lot of that energy, like I almost feel like it's a very emotional time for a lot of that, with those relationships that are coming together right now. But I keep on seeing, it's like it's like the energy, like I almost see the energy like almost like coming into a space of like like being emotional and someone saying, "Are you okay?" And someone being like, "No, you have no idea. I'm amazing." And it's like, but it's like, it's almost like I keep on hearing, it's like it's unlocking a lot of energetic grief in the process, because it's like I keep on hearing the energy. I'm gonna say, like, I didn't even know I was carrying that. I didn't, like, it's like, how long have you been carrying it? It's a very long time, because it's like they're seeing each other. Like I keep on seeing, like, these temperance relationships. They're giving each other the gift of patience, which is the observation that, like, I keep on seeing they're not in a rush to go anywhere, right? Like this is the energy that's almost like I keep on seeing that this energy is like that they're like I keep on seeing that this energy is like this is this is exactly where we need to be, because I almost feel like there's something about the weight of that that feels very, I feel like it feels very significant and it feels very energetically grounding, right? But I keep on hearing it's grounding in the best way possible, because I keep on hearing it's the, you remember I said that they're bringing up, like they're bringing, because these are temperance relationships, there's a lot of sentiment that is coming up, the sediment of sentiment, which is the observation of not even recognizing how long you've been holding on to something, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Wands in its upright in combination with our Seven of Cups in its upright. We've got here the Four of Pentacles. There it is. That's confirmation there. And man, like, this is the thing I'm keep on seeing for the energy right now. For the energy right now, deep within divine union, there's frustration. Like I wanna articulate that, and I remember how I said, like, last week there was a lot of frustration. This week like the energy in, and it's funny because remember I said the temperance relationships are saying take all the time you need. We're not, like, I'm not going anywhere. The energy deep within divine union, those magician partnerships are saying the opposite. Is what I keep on seeing. The magician partnerships deep within divine union are effectively articulating to one another and saying in some way, shape, or form or fashion, I can't, that's a, I keep wondering, that's a them problem, right? I keep on hearing that this is a lot of the energy that's working on the healthy boundaries, because I keep on hearing these are the boundaries the magician relationships are centering, because they're sharing energetic standards. And when we share energetic standards, I keep on seeing it's like I keep on I see the energy like working through something in a way that feels like I keep on hearing it feels like it's frustrating. It feels like I keep on seeing like it feels like it's frustrating, but it's okay, is what I keep on hearing. It's frustrating, but it's okay is often the sound that we say when we navigate holding healthy energetic standards, because it's almost the energy that says it's, it's frustrating, it's okay, it doesn't have to be this way, but it's the space by which we and that's often what we hear when we go through maturation cycles, which is the observation of someone that's potentially not identifying and recognizing or like what it means to be able I keep wondering like what it means to be able to be energetically like working towards this space of being able to center in that way is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I keep on hearing like that's what feels like this is why it feels like a maturation process for those magician relationships, because I literally see some energy that maybe like I almost feel like the energy outside, like there's some energy that's outside partnership that is energetically celebrating relationship. There's other energy that is coming into I keep on hearing like they're like it's like I keep on hearing they're experiencing situations with bitten lips. And bitten lips is the space by which someone is acting energetically annoyed about something, but they're not willing to say it. Because again, and this is how we can sometimes, again, when we see that, it's the space of potentially articulating someone who hasn't, like someone who hasn't done their shadow work properly. Because if we're articulating upon something that energetically bothers us, but we can't energetically say something about it, like I almost see the energy that's almost articulating to one another within partnership and being able to identify and recognize what is energetically happening, but almost allowing, I keep wondering, allowing Saturn to potentially do the work for them. And this is why we often articulate upon the fact that when we move into wisdom, we start healing our relationship to Saturn. This is why we go through Saturn returns, because it's the energy that says, I can't do anything about that. I hope you can. like, here, Saturn, take it away. you that's a Saturn problem. Saturn's like, give it to me. Give it to me, I'll take care of it. It's gonna take a little time. It's gonna take a little time. Might take a little time. Might take a long time. Might take a long time. But it can, eventually. It's a lot of that. Like the song we give that when we give something to Saturn is, I hope they come around. All right, continuing to get clarification between our seven of cups in combination with our six of pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Two cards. Okay, we can do that. We've got here the Three of Swords in its upright in combination with our Five of Wands in its reversal. So, I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm going to say this again. We're going to work through a lot of the work that we're doing right now is the understanding of compassion versus dispassion. And I'm going to say it again, compassion and dispassion. The problem with compassion and dispassion is they look a lot alike on the outside. Okay. And if you're worried about whether you're acting energetically compassionate versus dispassionately, is when you understand that you're bringing that energetic compassion to the self first. The passion that we can communicate upon, okay, is not one that we do something and then we try to look for a reason to energetically validate what we're energetically doing, right? We don't reverse engineer our meaning onto things, is what I keep on hearing. But those who are energetically dispassionate will often try to do that, right? Which is trying to find a reason to energetically validate an unhealthy action. That is someone that is fueled by passion, that speaks upon being dispassionate. And this is why we often talk about, like we talked about a lot in yesterday's reading, there's never any more dangerous experience to be in than the space by which you say to yourself, I was hurting. Hurting should never be a reason for doing something, because when you put that code into your head, when you say to yourself, if I'm hurting, I can do anything, you will look for reasons to be, you will suddenly find that you are the most sensitive person on the planet, won't you? The slightest thing, the slightest inconvenience will suddenly hurt profoundly, because you just put code into your head that gives yourself permission to do anything so long as you're energetically bothered. When we work towards a space of virtue, it's not about whether we're feeling energetically hurt by things. It's not about how we feel. We do the things that we know are in our that center us, because we know ourselves to be true. And when we honor our energetic truth, it's sometimes painful. And often it's underappreciated, right? It doesn't it's not the space by which we look for validation in doing it. We do it because we desire to. We do it because it has meaning to us. And so for a lot of the energy, and that's what I keep on seeing that is potentially happening right now with this retrograde, right? Like the space by which we look, like the space by which we communicate upon the complexity of how we feel is the understanding that feelings are complex, but they should never create an energetic reactivity point within us. The ability to effectively converse upon something allows us the ability to do something more effectively. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of the work that's happening in this cycle feels really frustrating, because again, like the energy that's dispassionate will often say, well, I'm doing what you're doing, what's the big problem with it? And being like, that's not the energetic reason by which that one is able to do something, right? It doesn't allow, that's what we talk about with Uranus and Gemini. It's not the space, like it's not the space by which, when you say, I'm just doing what you're doing, congratulations, you've succeeded in understanding provocation. That's amazing. Like, that's great. That's great for you. You know, the small children and animals, that's the first thing they learn. You've done a great job. Um, when we understand, when we identify ourselves, when we know ourselves, it often feels like we have to move against that feeling, because that feeling is the ego, right? And what does the ego say? And it's not the fact that the ego is necessarily evil or bad, but having a healthy ego is recognizing when our ego wants to go on, like wants to go full tilt. It's the space by which we understand that the ego's for is the protection point within the self. The ego sees harm everywhere, right? The ego wants to see harm everywhere because that's its job. And our job is to have a healthy relationship with our egos by saying, chill out, chill out, chill out, chill out. And sometimes not chill out. Sometimes. And this is why the fact is that the job isn't to get rid of your triggers. It's to understand them and be like, when someone says you're triggered, to be like, you bet I am. You bet I am. I'm supposed to be triggered right now. Yes, this is a trigger you're experiencing. Yes, there's a good reason for it. Speaking of which, this card, again, anomalous, sticking out, it was actually like top-wise in the deck. We've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is owning our triggers. The job is not getting rid of our triggers. The job is honoring it, being like, yeah, that's my trigger. No, 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 I want that one. That's a good one. I'll keep that one. No, 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 I need to keep that one. No, no, I like that trigger. That's a good trigger. It's a very good trigger, right? Because it's when we understand where our triggers are that we're not energetically triggered by them. And it's understanding and being like, no, no, that's exactly where I would like that trigger. Nope, that's a good trigger. That's what we mean when we're doing our shadow work. It's getting rid of the triggers that aren't supposed to be in there and being like, that's something I need to work on, versus being like, no, that trigger that's an important trigger. It's important because it says that someone has energetically crossed something that should not be energetically crossed, right? It's the space by which we understand that the higher self has standards, right? The higher self recognizes and understands what is okay versus what is not energetically okay. And the observation, the conversation on what that is where we find energetic meaning upon things. And that meaning is energetically universal. It is profound. It is the infinite conversation that we have with the highest version of ourselves that says, walk me through why that is important to you. Because the ability to identify what is important helps us recognize ourselves even more. And I see even now, and this is why, again, especially with a lot of the energy, and this is why the reason that this is coming up right now for a lot of the energy in separation is five of pentacles in combination with four of pentacles. This is often why, yeah, oh, look at that. Look at all that five energy on the table right now. We just got clarification with the five of swords and its reversal. What can sometimes feel so energetically devastating is when, again, when we are feeling energetically triggered by something that's important and another person goes away, instead of walking through it with us, it's the energy that almost like unconsciously says, you can't have any triggers to be here, right? It's the space by which, and again, I keep on seeing there's either two different modalities of energy and separation. It's working through the context of honoring, much like we honor our standards, we honor our energetic triggers. Because when we care about one another, right, we are mindful of each other's triggers. We work to understand them better in order to energetically protect upon them. But when we are not in a healthy space, then we utilize that like we should never, like we should never weaponize those energetic triggers to one another. And this is often why sometimes we feel terrible for being reactive, and then later we come to appreciate the fact that that trigger protected us, right? Like it's the space by which we sometimes feel bad because we had to move away from something that was energetically triggering. And then we would discover the fact that there was a standard standing by the trigger. And we say to ourselves, no, I understand that trigger better now. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, they may even, I'm going to tell you right now, there may be some energy right now that is having something from the past energetically returning back to them that a past version of self had been waiting for. But it's the observation. I keep on hearing the difference between someone that says, are you done yet? Versus I'm ready for, is the difference between someone that says, I was trying to get rid of something in you, versus someone that says, I'm ready to honor something about you. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, that conversation is the difference between thank you or get out of here, right? Because it's the observation of being able to find ourselves and center ourselves that help us understand what is achievable to heal versus what it is that we're energetically healing from. Four of Pentacles in combination with our Three of Swords, and it's upright. Yeah, the Queen of Cups here. Wow, we've got an energetic trine happening right now. We've got an energetic trine right now happening in relationality to feminine energy. And what's important that we see, and if you take a moment, you can head over to the stack to be able to see today's photo of the spread. And there's different impacts that's happening right now on masculine and feminine energy. We're going to effectively talk about it. For feminine energy right now, I feel like this is, I keep on hearing, like this is a lot of the feminine energy that is understanding that the space by which we have standards is the space by which we honor ourselves, and that the ability to feel energetically supported upon those standards is the ability by which we effectively work to do something in a greater way. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, and this is why I keep on hearing, like we don't harbor the past. We build better into the future. All we do when we harbor things is we create more bitterness around us. What is the point of harboring things? When you harbor things, you're like, yes, yes. You're like, it's the space by which, like, I would make more bad stuff. I would make more bad stuff to punish everybody for the bad stuff that I had to go through. It doesn't do anything. It does. It just, congratulations. You feel better now? It feels good. I know it feels good. We got all these planets retrograding Aries. It feels good, huh? Yeah, it's great. The indulgence of the moment echoes through the halls of history, right? The indulgence of a moment echoes through the halls of history, which is the space by which we experience something that feels good in a moment, but then is the observation of working through something. And then what's interesting about that, this is often what's difficult. Sometimes we have to do something hard. Sometimes we have to do something that breaks our heart in the process of doing it, but that we know is energetically correct. And it's the same vibration. It's the same space by which the understanding of what the hard part is, which isn't the space, like the hard part is not energetically indulgent to the self. It's doing the work that one needs to do in order to heal something. And a lot of the time it feels like it's energetically thankless in that way. And that's why I keep on seeing that for feminine, like I keep on seeing it's almost like the space of working through something and healing healing from the need to effectively please is how we find our standards, because it's not the space by which we're trying it's not the space by which we're trying to do something that is energetically off of like of our own alignment. It's the ability of being able to articulate and define and carve out a path for one another, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. Like when we care about each other, we carve paths for one another in the best way possible, which doesn't mean that we chase after each other. It means that we energetically try to support one another. And simultaneously, and I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy of feminine doing that work, it's painful, right? It's almost like the energy that recognizes that on the journey of the self, they have to come into the space of understanding that they will be perpetually misunderstood. But that's the energy that just makes right with that and proceeds forward. For masculine, it's more of a reclamation energy right now. Remember how I said that this is an anomalous eclipse? It's impacting masculine and feminine in different ways. For masculine right now, I see that a lot of the masculine energy going through this work right now, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, it feels like inner child healing. It feels like a reclamation of the self. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, working on that inner child healing, right? Like, and I feel like this is often why we see a lot of the masculine energy that comes into that space of healing is the observation that when we let go of another's expectations in terms of what masculine is, but start addressing the inner child, start supporting the inner child, right? It's almost the space. I almost feel like the masculine energy, like working through the space of saying, like, how can you do this to me? Which is almost like the space by which we understand and identify that I keep on seeing, like when we build walls in ourselves, right? Like when we create those walls in terms of not wanting to effectively communicate how we feel, we often feel trapped within the context or the framework of the self. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine right now, this is either masculine that's continuing on that journey of reclamation of the inner child, right? The ability of creating a world where their inner child, I keep on hearing their healed inner child is able to feel energetically supported, but also understanding that the healed inner child is not demanding, right? The healed inner child is one that works towards the I keep on hearing it's working towards the energetic delight of experiencing the world around the self. Not, I keep on seeing, not in the space of demanding things, but in the space of being able to amplify and articulate upon the generosity that is around us when we look towards the world that we want to create as opposed to the world that we demand things from. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Pentacles in its upright and our Five of Swords in its reversal. Temperance. I'm so not surprised to see it right now. And I feel like that's the thing. And here's the thing about it. Like the thing that we're seeing in relationality, and I'm not surprised to see some of this temperance energy coming to bear because we're about to move into Libra season. It's understanding what balance means, right? Balance is not demanding. Balance is not the space where we demand things. Balance is found in the asking. Balance is found in the space by which we work to energetically create balance. And I'll tell you right now, when you walk through a world and you look around and everything you see, you say this is unfair, you're approaching something in the wrong modality, right? The observation, like the observation of energetic unfairness doesn't energetically fix things, but also the recognition of understanding, and I keep on seeing this has been coming up a lot in the reading, understanding that entitlement is the space by which one sees choices, someone making choices where in fact they're operating from a point of need, right? And so I keep on seeing that for across all of the frequencies right now, a lot of the work of this intensity of the eclipse, I keep on seeing like energy like this, it sometimes brings out the worst in others, but sometimes it also brings out the best. I want you to think about that. And that's what happens when we experience something and we see something that I keep on hearing like that just takes our breath away, right? I want you to remember that that work is proportional. And the problem when we're going through retrograde periods is it can feel pretty bleak, right? Like this is one of those retrogrades that can make one feel pretty energetically bleak. But I have to say, when things feel bleak, you have to work on being a flashlight. I know it's hard. Like I know it's not easy. I know that like you can scream the whole way. You can scream the whole way, right? Like you can take that moment for yourself. But I keep on seeing, and this is why, like, and I feel like there's something important that's happening because I see the energy in separation that's healing. And this is what's so painful about healing is like I almost hear the energy in separation saying a healthy relationship will never require me to abandon my standards. Right? Like that's how it starts. That's at the space by which one says when we find ourselves, it's the observation and the recognition that what is for us does not require us to abandon ourselves so long as we are on the mission of finding ourselves. So long, and again, there's always a caveat, right? What is for us will never miss us so long as we are on the mission of finding ourselves, which means so long as we're in the mission of doing that work to understand the self, right? The ability of asking, the ability of asking and observing whether someone holds that in the same point of esteem helps us identify what is an energetic alignment to us. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy that is in separation right now, that is building into connection. That's why I keep on hearing they're treading carefully because they're coming to understand one another. And I keep on seeing like it's almost like I told you. And it's funny too because there is like I keep on getting there is a proportional amount of speed that we're seeing right now. The energy in separation is moving very, 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 very slowly and carefully because I keep on seeing that these are situations of energy and separation healing from another self deception, which is the observation of not being authentic in the context of the self that often creates the wound in another person. So everything I keep on seeing there, it's just it's like they're taking the time to get to know one another, and they're being I keep wondering they're being very very energetically careful in that modality. While for the energy that is moving deeper into divine union right now, for a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is the energy. Like I keep on hearing, like this is the sharing of information. This is articulating more about the self. This is almost like I'm finally ready to tell you kind of energy, how much you mean to me. because there's something about going through this retrograde period and seeing the resolve in another that is building into the feeling of it, discovering someone that's energetically exceptional. Because I keep on seeing the exception that they're finding in one another is is based upon the authenticity by which they arrive towards their manifestation, which is not just the fact that they say that they want something, but they work in accordance to it, right? There's a lot of that energetic perseverance that we're discovering there. For the energy, for the energy deep within divine union right now, those, a lot of those magician relationships, I just see this, I feel like I see this energy. I think it's interesting because I almost see some energy deep within divine union where energy outside of partnership is trying to demand conversations on something that the energy within part divine union is saying is a non-negotiable, which is almost the space by which another person, I keep on hearing, is like making noise about something, but almost saying like it's giving me like the space, like, and this is what we understand in terms of like understanding another person not holding the same standards as we do, which is, I keep on seeing like almost someone making big, I keep on hearing making big deals over something that is not energetically important, or articulating, I keep on hearing like articulating upon something, but like I almost see like the energy that is having to like read into another person's, I keep on hearing reading into another person's um non-existent hostility on something that is small, that is giving that is giving the indication of something that is energetically bothering them in a bigger way, that they feel energetically awkward upon communicating. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now is working on observing, not absorbing, almost understanding the context by which something is happening. But again, healing the relationship with Saturn in the process, because they're saying, I hope, like I see the energy saying, I hope the day comes that they understand that the choices that they're making to center partnership are not, I keep on seeing, it's like the energy that almost says it's not too much to ask if it's energetically reciprocal, if it's just something that we expect or expect to see within one another or within the context of the self. This brings us to the Five of Swords in its reversal and the Queen of Cups in its upright. Oh, we've got here the Page of Swords in its reversal. Now, I keep on, one of the things I keep on seeing that's happening right now in relationality to a lot of the work that we're identifying or observing that is energetically happening during this retrograde. And I keep on seeing, and I want to kind of like, we're going to kind of, put the, the most important thing that we understand with this particular retrograde period. And I keep on seeing, you'll remember that this has been like a warrior year. Like this has really been a warrior year. And the reason I call it a warrior year is because we've had a propulsive amount of energy that has been in Aries for the duration of the year cycle. And the difficulty when working through warrior energy is, and what's interesting about it is warrior lessons are often lessons related to surrender. And when we talk about surrender, it's not, and I keep on getting this, surrender is not giving up on something. Surrender is understanding the nature by which you are approaching something, right? It is having the full expanse of not trying to change, like not working to distort one's own perception in relationality to what you're energetically experiencing. But it's in the moment, I keep wondering, it's the moment that we surrender that we can energetically change things. Because when we surrender, we don't fight. Like we don't fight against the fact that something is frustrating us. We just accept it and persevere through it, right? We just like we work with it instead of against it. And so I keep on seeing, what's interesting about that is for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's a combination. And this is what I meant about Gemini in like Uranus and Gemini going through a retrograde. It's not about It's not about letting go of everything. It's understanding what is energetically important, right? It is the importance that it is the importance that becomes the portent for what it is that we're trying to put our amplification of care towards. And so the reason that we see like the importance that becomes the portent, and this is why I always articulate during retrograde cycles not to make a big deal out of something that is small, because when we make big deals out of something that is small, all another sees is us being led by our energetic passions, right? It doesn't fix anything. It often feels good in the moment, but it doesn't, it creates this space of clarification by which one another person sees within us, that sometimes creates that sense or that space of energetic disappointment. And so everything we keep on seeing right now, like that's what I meant about some of the energy and separation. Like I see some energy working through something in separation, feeling, I keep on seeing like feeling that energetic frustration, like feeling like almost like I almost feel like I do feel like there was potentially some energy in separation that was going through this retrograde cycle, potentially recognizing that they were waiting for another to come towards them in the space that they say, I'm ready to start. And that's why I keep on hearing that if these were relationships where someone was waiting for someone to say, I'm ready to start, and another person says, are you finished yet? That's the energy that I almost see like comes into the space of closing out an energetic cycle, because it's the energy that articulates upon the space of addressing something that allows, I keep wondering, the space of addressing something that allows the ability of something to energetically begin. And that's why I keep on hearing like the regression point, right? Like the regression point is, I keep wondering, the regression point is not energetically relenting. It's the acceptance of what it is that we can do better. And so that's why I keep on saying it's not the fact that there isn't healing that's occurring in these modalities, but it's the healing with the observation of bringing an over proportionality to something that wasn't necessarily energetically important. I'm also potentially seeing a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union being able to articulate to each other what their triggers are. They're sharing more about each other. They're being more energetically vulnerable. They're articulating upon things that are energetically sensitive because they're building into the space of healing trust with one another. The energy deep within divine union is doing the exact opposite to the energy in separation. Remember when I said that the energy in separation may be healing in the space by which someone is articulating upon something that was large, that they brought a lot of emotion to that wasn't important? The energy deep within divine union is experiencing the opposite of that right now, which is the energy, like some, I keep on hearing, doing something small that says a lot, like doing something that feels very, I keep on hearing doing something very energetically, because I told you like the wounds of another centering are creating reactivity outside of the orbit of partnership. So the space by which another person is energetically, I keep wondering, energetically volatile in terms of something that feels like it should be a positive thing, that almost builds a sense of clarity, that wherein the energy within partnership is trying to absorb, not absorb what they're energetically seeing. And again, kind of handing, I keep wondering, like they're handing the reins to Saturn to a certain extent by saying, I hope you can take care of that. Like I hope there's something there that person is able to see in relationality, right? And so what's interesting is like, and that's what's hard about it. Like, remember how I said that some of the energy right now during this eclipse process is healing processes that may have occurred at other eclipse seasons. There are some wounds that are occurring right now for energy deep within divine union that are starting as a result of this eclipse cycle, is what I keep seeing. Final card for today's spread between our Temperance card and our Page of Swords and its reversal. Ooh, we've got our Tower card. And so the thing about, like, let's talk a little bit about the Tower energy, because, and we actually did a whole class on this last month. The Tower energy is, and I keep on seeing, I would not be surprised if this retrograde cycle is having a deep impact depending on different ways. Because one of the things that we're effectively seeing or recognizing that are occurring right now have to do with the space or the force by which we identify and recognize what we're working to energetically resolve within the self. And so we're effectively identifying for a lot of that energy that's doing that work is that for the energy, like when we're working through this, and this is what I mean, like we often see the tower when we're working to heal or energetically resolve upon shadow work, because the space by which we understand and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better capacity, it allows a lot of that ability of being able to identify something that we're either working on healing within or something that we're healing from or resolving that is without. And so, for a lot of the energy doing that work, like I keep on seeing, and this is what I mean about working through the tower card, because when we're working through the tower card, we're effectively understanding and recognizing our own energetic triggers. And I want to show you the cards that we see surrounded by this tower card. We've got here the tower card in combination with the Temperance card and the Page of Swords. So this is a continuation of what we were articulating upon in relationality to the experience that we talked about when it comes to our triggers. It's not about letting go or surrendering every trigger. It's understanding the trigger that we feel is energetically important because it points us in the right direction versus the energetic trigger that we're letting go of because it indicates a volatility point or a reactivity point that doesn't feel like it serves the higher self in the process. Bottom of the deck on today's reading is the Page of Pentacles in its reversal. So, what we're effectively identifying with the Page of Pentacles in its reversal has to do, and I keep on getting, it has to do with the understanding that the force of compassion isn't just about being energetically nice, right? We've seen a lot of this. When we're trying to be nice, we're not necessarily being compassionate because the space by which one is nice is the space by which one is working to just smooth something over, right? Compassion is being able to articulate and identify the force of intention by which we bring to something. It's the ability to be able to articulate and define. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy going, and it's also a combination understanding that trauma defies comprehension. Trauma often defies comprehension. And so the understanding that trauma defies comprehension, I keep on saying it's a combination of working through the understanding that we work to identify ourselves further so that we don't effectively cause trauma by not recognizing and understanding the triggers within us. And at the same time, trying to heal from situations or circumstances that may have hurt us because they defy comprehension. And that's sometimes something very difficult because it's the observation of saying, if it didn't make sense and there's no logical reason for it, that is sometimes because it was just meant to be energetically traumatizing. And sometimes it's hard. Like this is why it's so hard to heal from trauma, because the song is I never understood it is often the song that you will sing as you're letting go of trauma, because it's the observation that trauma is senseless. It defies explanation. Because when someone is operating from the space of their passions, they're not doing anything that is logical. They're just serving the indulgence of the self in terms of what feels good at the moment that they are doing it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, tomorrow, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your point of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 17 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to that class beginning. But you've got a day if you want to catch a couple of those classes. You can watch them today. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which give you an update on what we've been experiencing energetically. I just wrote one recently on this full moon. I'll be writing one shortly on the new moon that we're experiencing. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter for today. And Bridget, you came in second. I saw that you want to give yours to Dada. Thank you so much, dear. That's a beautiful gesture. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Ryan. Thank you for getting on the list as well. You will be the 5th person read for. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. Hi there. How are you doing today, Minnie? Grand Rising, Dada. I want another vacay this year. Absolutely, Minnie. And Sipsy, thank you so much for the follow. Rich Rising, Erica. Good to see you, Dada. Yes, I want my next vacay to be tropical. Excellent. Where are we going? Liberating and free, peaceful. How are you doing today, Trendset? Welcome. One moment. I got to research. I see Puerto Vallarta. Ooh, that sounds nice, Minnie. Grand Rising Witches. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you. Called out. You're welcome, dear. Jana, Saturn returns are a whole different feeling. I'm in it now. And I keep on feeling like the thing that we keep on having right now, I feel like every time Saturn moves back into Aries, we all feel like we have another Saturn return. So, there's going to be another one. There's going to be another one. Good to see you, witches. It's in May. Saturn ain't for the, it is not for the weak, Delta. February it is. I still say, oh, I'm working on it. We are working on it, Bridget. Good to see you, son. That would be awesome for this collective. That triggered has been with me the whole life. You can't have that one. Sending you support, trigger. My triggers, Bridget, my triggers are now a comfort. Yes, I'd go. Absolutely. Ella, thank you as well. I think we should make a poll on the disco to see how many. Oh, I can do that. I can absolutely do that, Bridget. And thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. We'll be doing a reading giveaway in just a moment. My friends made a half-baked effort to do something for my B-Day, and I want to say no thanks. Sending you support on that journey, V. When she gives the collective read, we snap our fingers instead of tap. Thank you, Alexandra. Dada, at least you have friends. Oh, sending you so much support, Dada. I keep tapping myself out of the live. Oh, don't tap yourself out of the live, Bridget. I should be grateful. It feels like they're dragging their feet. Sending you support, V. I understand. Thank you, Dada. Pity and sympathy can be worse than no sympathy. Oh, that's a very profound statement, Dada. I almost requested to be a guest on the live ones. Oh, that's funny. I've accidentally invited people when I'm trying to like pin them. Yes, this collective is my flashlight during eclipse energy. I'm very glad to hear that, Bridget. Last minute and not even. Oh, V. I'm sending you so much support on that, dear. Flashlight mode. It's always hard on birthdays because of the birthday blues. I get it. I spent this past birthday alone. At least they made an effort, but it feels like an obligation. I understand, dear. Sometimes I prefer to be alone. Yep. I am someone who's very like my birthdays come. I just go into hermit mode. I really do. Last year, I've simply taken the initiative to celebrate myself. I love that, Alexandra. Anything else people do is extra, therefore it doesn't put weight on their decisions. That's a beautiful thing to say, Alexandra. How do you celebrate? You know, I'll be there. That's true. I just do so much for them. Oh, sending you support, V. It's up to you to decide if it'll be great anyway. I love the adventure. I plan a trip. Oh, that's so cool, Alexandra. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Katie, for the follow. I'm too shy for that. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Baby steps. It's just us. I made my own cake out of scraps and found it funny. I like that. And thank you so much, Keiko, for the heart me's, guys. I mean, Casey, make sure you guys, Keiko, okay, I saw, make sure that you are recharging your heart me's if you would like to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. And Love K, thank you for the follow. Yes, this year I've been working on solo dates and connecting to myself. I love that, V. I took myself out to dinner for my B-Day and went to the beach. That sounds incredible, Bridget. That sounds lovely. I wish I had a beach nearby. I know. I'll be getting a massage. Oh, I love it, V. Exactly. You got it. You got lakes, girl. That's true. We love self-care. Oh, I've never tried a salt. I mean, I've tried a salt cave and a spa. I'm looking for a trailhead nearby, whatever they are planning to take for a friend walk. That sounds incredible, son. Not a lot of shells. I'll have to look into salt caves. Thank you. A trail walk would be nice. I love the salt cave near me. So good for allergies. I'm lazy too. Sometimes you just got to do it. I love it. I've been called to go on lately. Do you have one like naturally occurring around you, Alexandra? Because if so, that's awesome. Thank you guys. When I win the lottery, there'll be signs. Build salt cave with freshwater pool. I love it, Alexandra. And guys, thank you for helping us get to our 50K milestone. Looking forward to doing that giveaway. You should look into float tanks. It's a wild experience. Absolutely, Bridget. Aries energy all year long sounds too correct. Oh my God, I'm crying. I almost asked about that earlier. I've been floating in the sea lately. That's beautiful. I can't really fully relax when you're being dragged into the ocean. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Thank you for joining us, Delta. We need good tower cards, right? Like we're not worried about a tower card here. Like I gotta stress when I see when I see tower cards in this modality, like tower cards in this modality are all about like the space by feeling it's like it's working through the trigger, and someone being like, you're being triggered, and being like, yes, of course I am. Right? It's like the space by which one articulates that we're supposed to be energetically triggered. It's the space by which we identify and honor that space that allows us to be able to and I keep wondering, a healthy trigger is one that we can define upon why we feel energetically triggered. Yes, that was a surreal experience for you. I'm very curious about that. Tower seems it seems really appropriate for this reading. It's a beautiful read. I got to stress that. Yep. Very trippy out of body experience for me. You have to relax in it or you can panic. My friend panicked. Oh, are you talking like a tank situation? Kath, thank you for those crowns. Looking forward to our reading, dear. Yeah, absolutely. It's so many great benefits. Grand Rising, Kirby, good to see you today. Dada, I was trying to win that reading for you. Oh, that was really sweet of you, Bridget. Oh, you can absolutely give Dada your extra card. Hold on a moment. One moment. And Karmic Seer, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I hope your day is also filled with love and happiness, Kirby. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the compliment, INJ. Oh, Lord, Ella, what? That doesn't make any sense. I'm usually on my own for birthdays, sending you support on that. And Caris, thank you for the follow. It's nice to spend time by oneself. Absolutely. Checking in for my reading from yesterday. Oh, yes, absolutely, dear. Yes, I've got you. And you've been added to the list. Perfect. I went to a water park for my birthday. I've got you right now as the 6th person read for. All right. I went to a water park for my B-Day 2 years ago in a row. Recent B-Day, I went to the beach. That's a good idea. Thanks for sharing. I think nope, absolutely. Oh, I was looking for you. Okay, no, it's perfectly fine. I'm glad you're back. We've got you back on the list. Yeah, because I was looking for you yesterday and I wondered where you popped off to. I've been working on my pool. I hooked up with a new pump, shocked and swept the floor. Ooh, sounds nice. When you see tower cards, you think Lord of the Rings. I mean, it makes sense. But and I need to stress this, that's a good experience. Like, that's a good thing to see because again, it talks about like some towers we work to overcome, right? Tired, sending you support, Fig. I got back on real quick, but there was another reading happening. Okay, well, I'm glad you came back here for the reading, and I've got you on the list for today, son. Absolutely. I think the tower card means growth. The thing is, and we talk a lot about this in my classes, Delta, it really has to do with the positioning of the card in relationality to the cards that are around them. This tower card with Temperance, with Page of Swords, this is positive. Like we want to see power cards with this type of energy around them, right? Like Temperance with Tower is good stuff. It was my favorite. I think she wanted to binge. I don't do that. Sending you support, Ella. What do salt caves naturally grow? Where do salt? I know. I was curious about that too. Dada's always tapping away and never guessing numbers. I know, Dada. Because thank you, Dada. I appreciate you so much. That's my chance to give more likes. I deeply appreciate that, Dada. Thank you. Absolutely. Learning the vibe of this new friend, sending you support as well, Ella. Dada's secretly a pianist. I do want to learn how to play piano. Awesome. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we're going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Before we get started on personal readings, we will be doing our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for getting us to 50K milestone. When we get to 100K, I will also be giving another reading back to the collective. I'm currently thinking of a number right now between I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts the number will have the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Wait, I gotta back up. I think I missed it. Just bear with me. Whoop, hold on a minute. I gotta check. I think I saw it slide through. Please hold. Let's see. One moment. Montoya, I'll confirm that donation just in a moment once we finish the giveaway. Not yet. Oh, there it is. Mel Vibe. Congratulations. I did see it. You got our 50K giveaway. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. For anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the 8th person read for. Excellent. Thank you guys for participating. Congratulations, Mel. All right. Where were we? So the first person we are reading for, the first person we're reading for today is, we've got Cher. Cher, if you could let me know. Oh, I'm going to read, hold on, before we get started, one thing at a time. I am going to read the list to confirm the list right now. If you are on the list, which means if you sent a donation and you have not heard your name called, please send me your name and also give me the initial where the donation was sent so that I can confirm that you're on the list. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know sooner rather than later so I can also add you to the list. The list we currently have is Cher, Esteban, Ava, Kath, Ryan, Sun, and Mel Vibe. So if I have not named you and you're on the list, please just indicate your name and the initial where you sent the donation. I'll be happy to confirm. Excellent, and welcome back, Cher. All right, so before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Raven. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, Cher. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I haven't seen your question come through yet, Cher, so you might need a general. Okay, I got you. Let me pin you up here. All right, I pinned up Cher. Make sure to give Cher some love. Can I please get 3 cards for Cher, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. And 1 more, please. Ooh. You know, you got a disagreement with someone? This feels like a disagreement. It feels, you know, I feel like there's an important message. I feel like there's an important message that it's coming, and it's interesting too because it feels like it's very much in relationality to what we were reading upon in the collective read, which has to do, like, I feel like the wariness that one discovers when you recognize that you have to do an eggshell dance with another person. is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on getting like the thing I keep on getting in relationality to an eggshell dance is um I'll put it this way. And it has to do with what I was talking like what I was talking about as it relates to navigating like we navigate our sensitivity by fortifying upon why we are sensitive about things is what I keep on seeing. Like the difference I'm getting, um, like the difference I'm getting or receiving here in relationality to another person articulating and knowing that we're energetically sensitive about something. Um, it's the observation of what they do with that sensitivity that helps us understand um, like how like how respective they are of us is what I keep on seeing. And the at the same time, and that's what I keep on hearing. We don't, I keep on hearing we don't question each other's sensitivities, but we fortify our own, which says we don't question other sensitivities, but we fortify our own, which is the space. And I keep on saying the one thing we can never say to another person is your sensitivity, your oversensitivity is hurting me, is what I keep on seeing. The conversation in relationality to articulating, I keep on hearing our sensitivities don't hurt others, they reveal others, is what I keep on hearing. And when someone articulates that our sensitivity is energetically hurting them, isn't it revealing? Is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I think that I feel like there's something really important about that's coming through. And I keep on I keep on seeing this because um and that's why I'm also seeing like I keep wondering, isn't it wild that people like energy that's hypersensitive will state that others are too sensitive, is all I keep on getting in this reading. Like the way to isolate or secure hypersensitivity is identified in another person who takes another person's sensitivity personally. That's the irony. I keep wondering, that's the irony of of a situation, right? When someone's articulating that you're being too sensitive, you've isolated the source of the hypersensitivity, because how sensitive can like is one that another sensitivity hurts you, is what I feel like. That's like that is the fragile energy. And so I feel like there's something important for you to carry. Like the guides want me to kind of give you that and to kind of keep that in your pocket in relationality to some kind of conversation that you have to have with others, that I keep on seeing are trying to like I keep on seeing like trying to um like push through like another person's sensitivity but with their intention. And I also keep on hearing the message, it's not nice to insist. It's not polite to insist, which is the space by which we understand and recognize that when we care about one another, we honor each other's choices. But the space by which the space by which we honor each other's choices is also is also respective of the fact that we articulate like that we articulate that we're making them is what I keep on hearing, which is interesting, you know? It's a very nuanced message I'm getting because I keep on hearing everybody has the right to change their mind on something. But when we care about each other, we articulate upon the fact that we do, which is the space by which we articulate, like I keep on hearing, we give one another the courtesy, like we give one another the courtesy of I keep on hearing we give each other the courtesy of declination is what I keep on hearing. And the courtesy of declination is the space by which we articulate to another that we can't energetically do something in the space by which it allows, I keep on hearing, in the space by which it allows another person to energetically prepare to do something in a different fashion. And so I keep on seeing, like, the message that's coming through right now is make sure that the energy around you is being energetically respective of your time, which is to say, I keep on hearing things come up at the last minute is what I keep on getting. Things come up at the last minute, but the difference between something that comes up at the last minute versus something that is perpetually happening is the space by which I keep on seeing the space by which another person makes changes to energetically prevent something from occurring again is what I keep on seeing. So, like, make sure you're having those conversations. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're ever worried, like, if you're ever worried that another person, like, I feel like you should kind of operate right now with the rule that if someone does not make plans with you ahead of time, they don't have plans with you at all. And I keep on seeing, like, that's not the space by which something can't come together. This message has been coming through like wildfire for like the last like week or so, which is like a very specific message that says, don't let new energy treat you like an old friend, which is to say, and the reason that's coming through is the fact that we understand that when we have a friendship, I keep wondering, when we have friendships that span decades, we don't take things personally, right? It's the understanding of something that exists between us that doesn't allow the space by which it affects, like the because we and the reason that happens is because we know over the space of decades, we understand and identify another's energetic integrity, is what I keep on hearing. The integrity or the context by which we provide something to one another is the energetic gift. And this is why I keep wondering, if something changes last minute, it usually doesn't affect a long-term friendship or partnership because the integrity of the energy within it is unquestionable. Like, we get it. But when something is energetically new, that's why I keep on hearing, don't let new energy treat you like an old friendship, which is the space by which another person is constantly articulating upon something that is, I keep wondering, like, something that is changing, something that is energetically shifting, something that is like like it's like it's a lot of that space by which there's too many different things that are happening that often feel like I keep on seeing, like the space that they're, like, keep on hearing, they don't get to prioritize on having time with you, and then at the last minute change something because it's I keep on seeing it's the space, like, that is the difference. I keep wondering, that is the difference between an old friendship that is respective and understands the nature of something that is happening versus someone that is effectively like testing the waters of their own fickleness in relationality to building a relationship with you. And I keep on hearing, like, fickle is fickle is no way to start a relationship, which is the space by which we don't, like, I keep wondering, like, the space by which we're not constantly saying like, oh, like I'll let you know at the last minute if I'm available for something, is the sound by which another person isn't energetically prioritizing something that we're trying to do with them in some way. Bottom of the deck on this reading, and it's interesting too, because I don't know if you noticed, as soon as I started doing this reading, my throat chakra started closing up a bit. Um, there's something really there's something really energetically important that I see as it relates to this reading in terms of courtesy and niceness. Like, it's not courteous to insist, which is the space by which another person, asks something and you decline, and then they ask again. Like, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person apologizes, and then the same thing happens again, and then the same thing happens again. And this is why, like, I keep on hearing, so apologies erase in the face of repetition, which is the space by which we understand that an apology is, I keep on hearing, an apology is um is two parts. Like, the first part of an apology is the space by which we take accountability for something. The other part of an apology is that we work to energetically resolve the thing that we're apologizing for. That's what I keep on seeing. An apology is twofold. It's a two-step process. So make sure someone is not constantly leaving you hanging on something and then constantly apologizing for it, right? This is why we talk about the fact that, like, I keep wondering, this is how we lose energetic integrity with another person, is when we're constantly apologizing for something, but then we're not putting the invested effort to effectively try to work to fix something. So um, make sure that you're doing that work, is what I keep on seeing. Make sure that you're articulating upon that, because everything I keep on seeing related to something in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion has to do with the amplification of what it is that you're trying to do in a better capacity. And I keep on seeing, it shouldn't, like, healthy energy shouldn't dwell in the space of the last minute, which is the observation of being able to work upon something in such a way that you're able to articulate and identify what you're trying to, like, I keep on hearing, like, what you're trying to fix or what you're trying to work through. And I think that it's hard because I almost like it almost feels like, it's almost like, and I keep on hearing, if there's something about ourselves, and I want to describe this too, because this is coming through in this reading. If you're ever having the issue, if you're ever having the issue of trying to identify if someone is being obtuse or intentional, the space by which we offer to help with something will typically clarify what it is that's effectively energetically possible. Because I keep on seeing that there's something significant upon someone articulating, like, and I keep on hearing, like, if someone says, I'm not good at that, right? And we say, well, I can help with that. Like, them saying, thank you, I would appreciate it, usually would indicate someone that is, like, working to resolve it, versus someone that comes into the space of an excuse, is like the space by which another person says, no, no, it's fine. And being like, well, it's not fine. You're saying it's energetically problematic, right? I keep on hearing, when something is a problem that we're working to resolve, I keep on hearing, we eagerly take tools. Like, we eagerly take tools that others give us in order to fix it, is all I keep on hearing. So let that, if you're worrying about that with someone, I hope that helps to fortify in relationality to determining, like, what direction something is heading, or what I keep on hearing, whether someone is giving you excuses, or whether they're really setting their intention on doing something in a better way. Thank you so much, Cher, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also, my friends, at 84K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. I got you, Montoya. Can you just please confirm the initial that whereupon you sent the donation? Just the initial of the location. I went through the list. If you didn't hear your name on the list, I just need the initial and where you sent the donation. Yes, suddenly I heard a tapping. Yes, that poem slaps, Dada. Maybe more like an internal conflict. Yes, thank you, Cher. Eggshell imagery hits. Thank you for confirmation, Cher. Elevate, elevate, elevate. Thank you for the follow. I love Poe. He was raised by his foster parents near me. Oh, that's cool, Bridget. That is awesome. Thank you as well, Casey. That is amazing. It sounds like the two Aries moon in my life. Yeah, it's interesting because I was seeing it was feeling like there was a lot of dual energy there. Like it feels like it's giving me like an apple that doesn't fall far from the tree kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we went to Lincoln's house in 2019. I wanted to take my kids. Oh, that's really cool. I love that, Dada. In work and relationship. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, I feel like what's interesting about it is they're saying, like, interestingly, I feel like it's having, you have to take kind of the same tact. Um, the overarching message I keep on hearing is the difference between, like, I keep on the overarching message that was coming through in that reading share was the ability to discern between the difference between an excuse and the difference between discerning between an excuse and something that another person needs assistance with is how eagerly they'll take the tools to fix it, is what I keep on hearing. Yes. Oh, that's fascinating. Absolutely. I've always wanted to go to Colonial Williamsburg. It seems pretty cool. Is it cool? I bet it's cool. I'm from near there. Oh, very cool. Yes, I was in Tennessee and saw all the cannons. I've only been to Nashville and Tennessee. It's really awesome there. I love magical towns. They give so many feelings. Absolutely. Grant Park is too. Oh, your daughter wants to become an artist. She's 12. That's beautiful, Dada. They haven't earned that. Exactly. Tap to claim, Lisa. They still have the cannons go off every weekend here. And the fife drummers. That's wild, Bridget. This was a private read, Ace. We're doing personal readings right now if you'd like to get on the list. Phoenix, thank you for the recharging your heart needs, dear. MVP, thank you for the follow. Fickle can go. Yeah. Excellent. And thank you, Mel, for the follow. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Ella. My mom would have loved it. We were planning historical trips. Oh, sending you support, Dada. I'm sorry. I'm sorry as well. Thank you so much. It's bittersweet, but I can with my kids. I'm sure their spirits with you as you do so. She'll also be, I was going to say, yeah, confirmation. You said that too. She'll be tagging like immediately. Ella just followed up with that. They're tagging along in their own way. Confirmation. Absolutely. And thank you for confirmation as well, Bridget. I know she will. She wouldn't miss it. Oh, that's beautiful. She sends little white butterflies. That's incredible. Oh, I would love to hit 200K. I appreciate you, Dada. Thank you. I know, Celinda, I know this. I know this eclipse energy is hard. But not making sure you're not over internalizing on it is really important. Hi there, Phoenix, on the road. Shocker, murky out, I know, threatening. Okay, be careful in that as you're traveling, Phoenix. Absolutely. And thank you, Sophie, for the follow. We're going to continue right now. The next person on our list for today is Estevan. Estevan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Also, friends, we're at 87.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be giving a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. In the meantime, I'm going to draw that animal spirit guide card. We're counting back from 10. Go ahead and let me know your impressions in the comments. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adder, thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Whoop. Hold on a minute. That's not cards for Estevan. I'm going to keep that there. All right, Estevan, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone else who would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. You see how fast that card came out, Phoenix? 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. We also do Akashic and mind, body, spirit. One moment, please. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Excellent. I like that. I like that, Phoenix. Esteban may have had to step away. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait on Esteban if they had to step away. I'll hold this for them. The next person we're reading for, if they had to step away, is, I am looking right now for Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th person read for. And thank you, Susie, for the follow. It's on. Thank you for letting me know. Montoya, have you confirmed where you sent the donation? I just need you to give me an initial on where I can find it, dear, and I can add you to the list. Excellent. All right. Ooh, hold on a minute. Okay. Let me just pull up Ava. All right. Hi there, dear. One moment. There we go. All right. Ooh, good question. Okay, so we're doing a reading for Ava. In really, as it relates to the Claires. Yes. Okay. So this is outside tea. I just want to check. Yep, outside tea. Perfect. I'm going to pin up. Hold on a moment. I'm going to pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava some love. Okay. I'm wondering if how I can create a safe space myself. Okay, could I have a read on my Clairs? Yesterday in the One Cards channeling came through as a topic. I was wondering if it's somehow connected to my purpose and how I can create a safe space for myself to channel so it's not too overwhelming. Can I please get 4 cards in relationality to that question for Ava, please? One more. Wow. You know, what's interesting about it is it says to me it's a carryover from a past life. It has a lot to do. I keep on seeing there was some kind of energy or some kind of work that you were doing in the capacity of the past life. It keeps on giving me a lot of this, like, protect me from what I want kind of energy, is what I keep on seeing. Like, this is something, this is like, I keep on hearing it's not something that you try to cultivate in yourself. It's something that just, like, I keep on hearing the difference between a gift and a talent, the difference between a gift and a talent is that we don't get to choose our gifts. We don't get to choose our gifts. They just like ta-da. They have to really energetically appear in us. And I feel like I'm seeing something here where you have this natural gift for it. And um and I feel like there's definitely something about this that you're kind of here to karmically work upon, because it's giving me a lot of that space and relationality to the past life. Remember when I talked about someone being like, you poor thing, you know, like, you poor thing, I'll energetically protect you. Like, this is a type, like, there was a karmic connection, relationship connected to the fact that you are kind of coming into some kind of space of fear in relationality to experiencing something in that way, shape, form, or fashion, and feeling like it was something, like, I keep on hearing, like, you feeling like it was a burden instead of an energetic gift. And I feel like the space, and like, what's interesting about it, and this is why I keep on identifying that, um and I would be very interested in knowing if you've had to heal from relationships that you had to walk away from because somebody was very energetically invested in trying to convince you that there was something wrong with you, is what I keep on seeing. Because that's articulating to me that that is a remnant from a lot of that past life energy that I was energetically seeing, right? Like, the space by which I see you kind of coming into, like, kind of working through something, and another person, like articulating or saying to you, like, what's wrong with you, right? Like, that's what's so difficult about, like, what I'm seeing that you're working on healing in a karmic capacity. They keep on saying you had to start walking away from energy that was articulating that something about, like, I keep on hearing, if something you're doing doesn't hurt anyone, it's not okay for another person to say that their uncomfortability makes you energetically wrong. And I keep on seeing you've done that work in some way. You've worked to energetically heal that. It's painful when we do so because often I keep on saying sometimes it requires us to energetically walk away from someone because they're doubting us. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I see, like, I literally see a situation of someone saying, don't worry, I'm willing to take that on. I'm willing to protect you. And you being like, I do not require your protection. There's nothing, like, I literally see energy that's trying to, like, I keep wondering, energy that tries to dear you is the energy that tries to see something that you can do as something that needs to be healed instead of something that needs to be energetically, I keep wondering, instead of something that needs to be energetically supported. The hard part about, I keep wondering, the hard part about doing the work to heal that is you're going to have karmic stuff come up in the process of doing it. You have to just recognize that you're going to have a lot of flashback energy in relationality to healing something karmically, in the space by which I would say, like, be very conscientious as you're doing so, of experiencing negative thought forms that potentially rise up that say that I keep on hearing it's like the I keep on hearing like the oogie like like the icky energy that tries to make you feel like like that tries to make you feel bad about yourself. And that's what I like often. That's why I talked about the fact that channeling is some of the most difficult work to do, because when we work towards working on channeling, we have to work on being an energetically clear channel. And like I like to point out, like when you're energetically channeling, you hit a lot of static, and sometimes you hit static with someone being like, "Rah, rah, rah, rah." You know what I mean? Like, "Bleh," like wrong door. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. Like it's working on. It's like the process by which we work upon drowning out energetic negativity, right? Which is a lot of like being like not this nonsense, go away. You know what I mean? Like it's like you dismiss it. You get out of here, like just move away. I'm not like, you know, and it's like, and I feel like that's often what needs to be done when you're working on working in the context of being a healthy energetic channel. It's not fearing that that's going to energetically come up. It's facing it. It's like being like, oh, I'm gonna go away. You know what I mean? Like it's just bleh. It's like a lot of that type of energy. But when we're in, that's why it's really important, and that's why I keep on hearing like even the space by which you had to tangibly go through the work of, I keep on hearing that's why like you had to karmically face something in the tangible space. With I would not be surprised if you had to have some kind of experience where someone said like that, or me, right? Like something you were doing where someone says like you're ruining something by doing something that actually has nothing to do with me, but I'm energetically uncomfortable with you doing, right? Like that is almost why they're saying that you had to go through that karmic journey in order to kind of be able to work towards that. Because I keep on seeing like if you can't face it in the tangible, how are you going to work through it in the spiritual? If you can't resolve it in the tangible, then it's going to be a bigger problem in the energetic spiritual space, is what I keep on saying. So just kind of remember, I keep on hearing like, remember you might have a lot of that flashback energy that potentially comes up that makes you feel um makes you feel that there's some kind of elemental like wrongness in something that you're doing. And I like to point out like one good thing when it comes to channeling is when you hear you know it's not you. Higher self never says you to us. It's like it's like yeah, that's karmic. When someone uses a term, when someone terms you, right? It's not directed. It's not connected to it. It's something outside of the self. So I keep on seeing like, be energetically patient as you work to energetically build upon that, because I keep on seeing the stability of the self articulates upon whether that's something that feels energetically supportive or something that feels overwhelming. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially it's especially with the 10, like especially with the 10 of wands and it's upright. Not pushing oneself too hard, right? Not I keep on hearing like not feeling, and it's interesting too because I keep on seeing that often the misconception of those who channel experience is the feeling that everything they receive is energetically important. You know, is what I keep on seeing. It's the understanding. I keep on hearing it's not so much about understanding the important. It's actually more, it's like I keep on hearing it's more about sieve energy. It's more about being able to kind of move through something to be able to identify and recognize what you're energetically seeking. Instead of, I keep on hearing like, instead of just kind of picking up whatever's floating around the energetic ether, if you will, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please, or for my super fans. I need to say super. I need to get used to saying super fans. I feel weird. I feel I don't like it. I don't like it. For super fans. Can I just keep saying subscribers? I don't like saying super fans. I don't like it. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. My super friends. I want to call it like the super friends feels better. All right, hold on a minute. Bum ba bum. I got you, Ava. Yes, I remember. Thank you for confirmation, Erin. Yes, I had people criticize me for being sensitive. I can see that. Like I would not be surprised. Like it's saying to me, you've had to do a lot of karmic work getting away from energy that was trying to like make you disassociate. A lot of these I have these past life connections as well. And that's the thing about it. Like often when you're doing that stuff, a lot of the past life stuff will come bubbling up to the surface too. Yep. Thank you. You're so welcome, Pat. Absolutely. Continue as well. And thank you, Per, for those gifts. Yes. I look at some things that I've written and I know I did like that was like that. What is that? Yeah. Beautifully said, Bridget. You're so welcome, Ava. Oh, that's beautiful, Kant. It's wild. Like, was I asleep? Oh, that's wild. Absolutely. Yep. You can't ask me how it happens. I have no idea. That's wild. There you go. All right. We're going to continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is, I'm still looking for Esteban. Is Esteban here? Is Esteban back yet? If Esteban, oh, hold on a minute. Woo, came back. Cool. If oops, stop it. Stop moving around. Okay, sorry. Oh my God. Stop doing that. Oh my God, it's you. Don't do that. Just stay where you are. Okay, sorry. Oh my God, why is it doing that? Okay, perfect. Hold on a minute. Okay, 1 second. Okay, 1 sec. All right, there we go. All right, 1 second, please. All right, there we are. And we reached 100K. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that milestone. All right, the next person we're reading for today, if Esteban is not here, the next person on the list for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Highest priority, especially around work, career, and finances. Okay. Well, we can do I can do one on work, I can do one career, one finances, and then advice going forward. And before we continue, though, let's do our 100K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that milestone. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and, let's see here. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 52. First person I see that gives that number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. 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 Oh, congratulations, dear. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 150K. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen and showing that love. We're doing now for Kath. Let me just pin Kath up. Kath. Where'd you go? And Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, we've got Kath here. Highest priority, especially around work, career, and finance. Okay. Whoa. You got a Saturn return coming up? Oh, man. You know, the reason I'm saying this is I see you, like I see you actively shifting right now. and the and I feel like there's something significant in relationality to like working in the context of there's something I see that's significant right now in relationality to working in the context of career. Um, I keep on hearing like it's giving me it's almost like giving me it's strange. It almost is giving me some kind of need for an energetic sabbatical, if that's what I keep on seeing. And because it's saying to me like when it feels like we're working when it feels like we're burning the candle at both ends, then we're desperately in need for a sabbatical because it's the space by which I almost see um like I almost see like you wanting to work on something. I see you trying to put your force of intention into something, but I almost see um like I almost see the frustration in relationality to doing something and not being given. I keep on hearing not being given enough like enough time to do it effectively. You know, like that's the thing I keep on seeing that is potentially um like requiring like I keep on hearing you say to someone like I can't make time where time doesn't exist, you know? And I keep on seeing like it's almost like I see you saying to someone that there's some kind of feeling of flying blind because everything is like held and like everything is last minute. Um, I keep on seeing this is required. If this is happening, I keep on hearing the guide say you need time to energetically flourish, which is like I keep on hearing like the space by which you're trying to accomplish something shouldn't feel. I keep on hearing shouldn't feel like you're pulling teeth in order to do something more effectively. So if this is something that you've been energetically experiencing, right? Like it's almost like I keep on seeing if like I keep on hearing make sure someone isn't trying to energetically squeeze you. If I keep on seeing and what happens in the space by which another person is trying to squeeze us, which is the space by which they're trying to derive how long it actually takes us to do something rather than being energetically respective in terms of doing it well is what I keep on seeing. And so I keep on seeing if you're feeling if you're feeling an energetic squeeze, now might be a good time to plan your energetic departure because I keep on seeing we only squeeze things. I keep on hearing we only squeeze things when we're energetically preparing to tighten things, which is the space by which we squeeze something is not the force by which we're going to be building into something bigger, but that we're trying to energetically do something more efficiently that almost requires that requires or demands more from us. So I keep on seeing if you're starting to feel the squeeze, now might be a good time to start to I keep on hearing like building into the context of addressing and recognizing and building into what it is that you're going to do next because I keep on hearing like that squeeze energy like the I keep on hearing the 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 squeeze I keep on hearing the squeeze is not necessarily energetically respective, right? The squeeze I keep on hearing the squeeze is often indicative of something that is going to be tightened. So your own ability of I keep on seeing like navigating the squeeze, but also preparing. I keep hearing navigate the squeeze, but also prepare to leave, which is the space by which you're effectively preparing things in order to, I keep on hearing, find a space that allows one to feel, I keep on hearing, like, find a space that allows one to energetically flourish. Because I keep on hearing we can't flourish in squeeze energy, right? We never flourish in squeeze energy, because when someone is trying to see how much they can get from us, it doesn't allow us to do our best. It only allows us to do what is energetically marginally possible. The bright side, I got to tell you, I feel like if you're doing that work right now, I see some kind of new opportunity coming towards you. In like I keep on getting, like, in the space of now, I see something like within the context of 6 months, like some kind of new opportunity that is approaching. But I keep on seeing, like, it almost says to me, like, I almost feel like it's giving me like, it's giving me like a little bit of energetic preparation in relationality to getting one's own self ready, like, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I keep on hearing like the song you should be singing right now is I'm ready for the next thing, which is the space by which you're identifying and recognizing some kind of change and articulating that to others in relationality to the fact that you're actively seeking something that, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's a good time for you right now to put those feelers out, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, hangman, you know? Um, I keep on, the funny thing about, and I like to point this out, like, often when we experience squeeze energy, the question we always have to anticipate is what's the rush, is what I keep on seeing. And I like to point out, like, when we feel squeeze energy, it can often be indicative of the fact that we feel energetically rushed, because someone's trying, I keep wondering, like, someone trying to rush something in before something changes, or the observation of, like, working through something in a way. And I feel like I'm receiving, like, what's the rush? And someone else going, no reason. Like, I keep on hearing, often that is like that's almost the space by which another person is, like, I keep on hearing, like, trying to get the most of something before it's energetically gone, is what I keep on seeing. And not necessarily, I keep on hearing, like, not necessarily carrying the condition by which it puts another person in, can all be indicative of something, of I keep on hearing, like, somebody already having a decision upon something that they haven't articulated to another. So just be very, I keep on hearing, just be very energetically mindful if you see something in relationality to that occurring, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like, a lot of the space by which another person says, why so quick? And someone saying, like, no reason, can often be the fact, like, I keep on saying, it's like there's always a reason why we need something turned around quickly. So I keep on seeing, if someone's saying, like, if someone's, it's saying to me, like, your watchword is someone being like, can you turn this around, like, very fast? And you being like, what's the rush? And someone being like, no reason, being like, I keep on hearing there's more under the surface to something like that, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm not sure about my Saturn placements. I would check, Kath, because those cards that I was seeing were very indicative of Saturn return energy. I'm not sure. I would just check when the last time you had one was, or if there's one coming up. Absolutely. And congratulations, Per, on winning that. What was the mission today? Oh, Dada. Yes, that was my mission. Thank you, ladies. I'm flattered. I'm kind of anxious if it's time to explore. Yeah. I mean, that would say to me, like, I keep on seeing it, it's like it's feeling like it's saying follow your intuition. Like that's what I was getting, especially with that Fool card there, which is like trust your intuition on something. Oh, Dada, we value you here. Thank you. Welcome, son. I'm not crying. You are. I feel like I really needed that. I really need that sabbatical. I can't recall listen. Can't recall listening to your reading often. It's yours if you want to. Oh, yes, it's become a collective mission. Oh, beautiful, dear. It seems like it's always urgent work recently. And I really feel that I need to pause, even yeah, and that's what I keep on like that's what they're giving me like the notation point upon the squeeze is what I keep on seeing. Which is like I keep on seeing you say, like, what's the reason for the squeeze? And someone's saying no reason, but I keep on hearing there's always a reason for a squeeze. Absolutely. I adore you guys as well. And thank you guys for being here each day and being a part of this collective. I feel that energetic squeeze as well. Yep. Thank you. And thank you as well, Erin. Yes, it feels like I want to leave as soon as possible. I'm just worried about timing. Well, the thing is, I would say, like, I keep on hearing, don't be hasty. Like, I keep on hearing, be intentional right now in relationality to the direction that you're heading in, which is like, like doing the work to be able to present yourself as well as possible. Yes, I'm ready for something new. My current job squeeze energy. I think I'll take some leaves before that decision to finally leave. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. I really needed to hear this now. Yep. Especially about the new opportunity. But and that's what like it almost says to me like taking time to be able to energetically prepare is what I keep on seeing too. Yep, and Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Minnie, welcome back. Hi there, son. Write it down. I'm gifting. Oh, you're gifting your 100K to Dada. I adore that, Per. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Hi there, Scorpio. Oh, thank you for also being here and receiving these messages. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. I'm still looking for Esteban. Oh, Per, you're going to give your 100K to, oh, you're giving it to Dada. Thank you, Per. That's beautiful. Thank you so much, dear. And I'm definitely going to give you an extra one card when we get to the 2 1 card readings. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I adore this collective as well. Thank you guys for being who you are. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on hi there, Anita. Neptune and Saturn in retrograde, right? All of this leading into the day. Well, I mean, like the thing we're seeing a lot, Anita, right now, Neptune and Saturn in retrograde, it's working through a lot of the space of being able to understand and recognize like how we're working on the past more effectively. And so the thing that we often identify with Neptune, like the space by which we identify Neptune and Saturn in retrograde together is the reconsideration of the past with the perception of the present. Right. It's a lot of that, it's a lot of that work that we see that we're working towards that helps us. I keep on seeing like it helps us to energetically resolve what it is that we're working on internally versus what it is that we're working to heal from, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's why I was crying. This collective is amazing. I agree as well. Thank you guys so much for being so kind, so caring to one another, and thank you for also being here and receiving these messages. Sarah, thank you so much for the follow as well. We're going to continue right now. The next person, the next person we're reading for right now. If Esteban is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Ryan. Ryan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Whoop! Ryan, you got like a ton of cards that just came out. So there's that. Okay, we're gonna read them. We're gonna definitely read these. Hold on a minute. There's a lot here. Okay, perfect. And just a moment. So Ryan, if you could just do me a favor, simple. Could you please let me know? Hold on a minute. One moment, please. Can you please give me the initial of the last name by which you sent the payment before we begin, Simple? And then we'll continue. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Thank you so much for confirming that, Simple. All right. And let me just take a moment to pin up Simple here. Guys, make sure give Simple some love. One moment, please. Let me just pin you up. Cool. All right. Okay. All right. Before we continue, we're also going to do our intuition check. So I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fox. Purr, what was the that was an intense vision that you just posted. But I also feel like it's something, and it's wild. Actually, I gotta stress this though, because like I'm gonna say like Purr probably got like closest to it. Because here's the thing about it, like we got the fox card here. This is some like this is you like you got like this is you like sensing some like nonsense. You know what I mean? This is you like sensing some kind of like this is you like sensing some kind of like absolutely not kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like this is like this is saying to me, um I can't when somebody else, you know it's giving me the type of energy, and I got it. Like I don't know where your Aries placements are, but I will never understand the work that some people do. And this is why when you see somebody being energetically kind, understand that kindness is a choice. It's not the space by which one takes advantage of it, is what I keep on seeing. And it feels like it feels like a little bit of that energy there, you know? Um, like it's giving me um it's giving me the vibration of working through something. And it's almost like how do I even describe, like I've got a few different messages for you. Um if someone is doing something towards you that is completely uncalled for, please do not match their energy. Recognize, I keep on saying, recognize when someone is trying to bring something ugly out in you, is what I keep on seeing. When someone is being, I keep on saying, are they being ugly? Right? Are they being ugly? Or are they trying to bring ugliness out in you? Right? And that's why sometimes, like, listen, it's like sometimes when someone like just sucker punches us, and that it's funny too, because I like rub my cheek, because it's like it's a space of being like, what did you expect to happen next? It's that type of energy. It's like not allowing oneself to be triggered, but being very energetically aware when it seems like someone is intentionally trying to push your buttons, right? Because all you do when someone, like, listen, when someone will try to be provocative to you and do something that's energetically ugly, and all they're doing is pushing buttons, being like, look what I can do, right? And I feel like it's almost like I keep on seeing, like, I keep on just hearing the same message from one of your guides, which says, pay attention to whether someone is being ugly or whether they're trying to bring ugliness out in you, which is the space by which I keep on hearing they energetically, like, provoke you to such an extent that you become energetically reactive, and now suddenly they go, what, well, that was uncalled for, being like, like you guys are like, the guides see it. The guides recognize and understand it. I keep on hearing they're saying, like, don't, like, leave it, like, I keep on getting the message, leave it on your altar, which is the space by which I set which I see that you have to navigate someone like that with. I keep on hearing, like, if someone is reactive to you in that way, you gift them the gift of proximity, which is the space by which you see something and say, it doesn't have to be that way, but I'm not gonna engage with you in that capacity. Right? It's like the observation. It's like the space by which one observes and says to another person, I'm not going to indulge your ugliness by letting it bring out my ugliness, is what I keep on seeing. Um I also feel like, I think I'm seeing something here too, that, like, I feel like there's something important that I'm identifying in relationality to understanding that. And I keep on hearing a really strong message from spirit that says, um, energy that cares about us honors a big heart, is what I keep on hearing, which is the space by which we look towards something or someone, and we amplify the fact that we appreciate. Like, I keep on hearing, it's like the appreciation of trying to do something in um in some kind of way. But I keep on hearing the message from your guides that says, remember, like, your big heart will trigger people. I know it. I know it. I know it feels like, I know it feels energetically unfair, right? Like, as you look at something and say, like, how can a big heart trigger people? Because when someone is not good with themselves and they see someone being energetically kind, like, when someone it's often the energy that doesn't see kindness. They only see, like, it's the energy. It's like, that's why you have to have sympathy for energy that always wants to take someone down a peg, because it speaks more towards how poorly another person views themselves, that they see another person being kind and they take it energetically personally. I know, and I keep on hearing, like, I don't know if you've been talking to someone in spirit about this, because, I feel like it's hard to navigate that, because I know it doesn't feel like it's necessary. But the reason that spirit's almost saying this to me is to help to try to provide an explanation, because I see you, like, experiencing something and saying, like, why is it so senseless? And I keep on seeing that when someone is hurting deeply, they abandon sense. I know it's terrible, right? That is the space by which another person is being indulgent upon themselves. Versus, and I almost feel like, it almost feels to me like someone is trying to use some kind of belief they have to reinforce the way that they're treating you. And I keep on getting a message. You got somebody's power, like, you got somebody very loud in spirit that says, never are we so far on the path by trying to say that we're doing something awful to someone because our beliefs articulate that we're doing something right by doing so, is what I keep on hearing. Um, I want to give you, and that's what I keep on. I feel like, again, there's like, to kind of close this reading, be attentive to the difference between a conversation and a telling, which is to say, and I keep on hearing, especially if there's someone that's trying to come towards you and saying that you owe them a closure conversation. I keep on hearing there's no such thing as a closure conversation in all of human existence. Closing conversations do not exist. Closing conversations are openings. The only person that you'll get a closure conversation with is like a therapist. It's somebody who just wants to, like, like, it's something like, it allows, like, but beyond that, like, we don't owe each other closure, because often energy will articulate the need for closure is actually the desire to open something back up again. So I keep on getting, you get to decide what closure is. You get to decide what would be a healing conversation versus something that would aggravate another person's healing journey. Because I keep on hearing energy that is hurting will often articulate the fact that they want to have something that they feel is healing, but actually just aggravates an energetic wound, makes something energetically worse. So I keep on seeing, like, recognize the difference between honoring choices is one that I keep on hearing. Honoring choices means you don't have to repeat conversations, which is the space by which, if another person says, has anything changed? And they say no, and being like, I don't think there's anything else left for us to talk about, is what I keep on seeing, because it does feel to me like, it feels to me like you're navigating some kind of energetically invasive energy, and invasive energy will often try to articulate anything, just to, like articulate anything just for the energetic possibility of becoming closer to us in some space, rather than, I keep on hearing, rather than articulating upon what feels energetically sensible or sensical. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially, like, listen, I keep on getting this message, like, I want to meet to tell you something. You don't need to have that conversation, right? Like, the energy, I keep on hearing someone that says that they need to talk to you with bated breath. That is exactly the type of energy that you can say, we don't need to have that conversation. Because I keep on hearing healthy conversation is never built upon anticipation. It's not the space by which someone says, I need to meet because I have to tell you something that's really important. Being like, you can just tell me now. Is what you can just tell me now. Like, there's we healthy relationship is not built upon bated breath, which is somebody, like, I keep on seeing, like, someone being like, like, I keep on hearing, like, somebody, what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing, like, somebody saying, I'll tell you when I, like, I'll tell you, like, I'll tell you when, like, I just feel like it's good to meet you. No, I won't talk to you about it here. Is the sound, I keep wondering, is the sound of someone, like, you keep on saying, like, the sound of someone sucking in their breath, which is the space by which someone is preparing for an energetic telling, right? Because it's the observation of a situation where they're not necessarily allowing for conversation. They're identifying like, we don't identify the terms by which we have an energetic conversation, right? It doesn't require, like, I feel like it's giving me, like, I keep on seeing, like, if someone is, like, I keep wondering, if someone is, like, withholding the details upon something they feel like they need to say to you, I almost feel like you have to say to them, like, out with it. You know what I mean? Like, just, like, we, like, tell, like, give me, like, don't, like, we can say it here. Like, what is the big deal? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's something about that is almost requiring you to have to be like, and I keep on hearing, like, trust your intuition on that, right? It's not too much to, I keep wondering, and the way you can fortify that is, it's not too much to ask if something you're asking another person is reciprocal, which is the space by which you say, I would never do that. I would never do that is a perfectly good reason to leave something as it were. If something doesn't make sense and you say, I would never do that, that's all the closure you need. You don't need to delve into it to try to figure out what's going on with someone. It's like when someone's being weird, like they either clarify their weirdness, but you don't like it, it's like don't let someone confusing move deeper, closer towards you by trying to, I keep on hearing, by trying to like 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 tease your curiosity is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the one, two, three, fourth person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear life path, highest party messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. What are you apologizing for, Per? For what you stated. Raven was up earlier. Yep. Yes. And thank you for joining us, Melissa. I have tons of with that Scorpio rising. Oh, that's beautiful. Ravens carry spirits, loved ones reaching out. Just breathe. Walk it off. What happened, Per? Okay. Did I miss a statement here? All right. Okay. Absolutely. Oh, I have tons of that Scorpio rising. Absolutely. No. Yes, normally animals don't come close in my dreams, but she did. Nuzzled my face. Hold on, am I missing? Hold on. I don't know if I'm missing. I don't know if I'm getting all the comments here because I'm seeing a lot of non sequiturs, which is interesting. I just want to see if I'm missing something here. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Just going back. Okay. Shirley, thank you as well, Erin. Oh, the Raven card earlier. Yes, a close loved one, whoever you felt it was. And Mark, thank you for the follow. Oh, there was a misunderstanding. Oh, so Per thought that Ella Per thought that you had a Raven too in your dream. I understand now. Hold on a moment. Hi there, Oak. Okay. I have a manager doing that to me. Sending you support, Mark. I meant that. Pretty please. Pretty please read on it. What are we reading on, Per? Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. But again, I keep on saying make sure that you're not being energetic reactive. And I keep on saying, like, especially like I gotta tell you, like this retrograde energy right now, it's bringing up like a lot of like I keep on saying like it's bringing up a lot of ugliness. Like, don't be reactive to it. Just observe and move forward. You know. Yep. You guys, thank you as well, Bridget. I need to meditate more like that. Raven supporting me on family challenges. Oh, that's beautiful, Ella. Hi there, just center. I understand the feeling. Take pride in knowing you can muscle through it. That's a beautiful way of describing that, Donna. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yep, absolutely. That was true. Thank you as well, Erin. Remember, your time is probably my bedtime. You're right. Well, that's a nice thing about the disco. When we communicate on the disco, it's not relevant on timing. You're right. I never thought of closure that way. Thank you. I needed to hear that. You're so welcome, Dada. I learned that the hard way. I wanted closure, conversation, expecting an apology. It never, right? It doesn't happen. I know. That makes sense. Thank you as well, Simple. Oh my God, that seriously just happened to me. We need to talk. Okay, we can go to therapy. That's yeah. I'll see you in therapy. I like that. There are 8 hours between us. We can talk there. I love that, Scorpio. Yep. Tell me about your car's extended warranty. Yes. No, that's what I mean. Like I keep on hearing we need to talk is never an energetic positive, is what I see. Like it's not, I keep on hearing we don't create bated breath between us, which is the space by which we build a lot of anticipation. It's like it's giving, I kept on seeing like it's a little bit of that like out with it energy, like we can talk right here. Yeah. Thank you for the support. I'm standing my ground. Oh, continuing to send you support on that journey, Scorpio. I mean, you should only speak if you feel energetically safe to do so. And you're so welcome. Thank you as well, Simple, for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. Brandy, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation and you'll be the next person on the list. Carrie, thank you for the follow as well. All right. Mel, can you tell me about the Akashic readings? I don't know anything about it. So basically, the Akashic readings delve into why we are here. Like life path readings will often tell you like where you are currently on your life path. Akashic readings talk more about the larger themes of what we're here to work through or energetically resolve to a certain extent. So it's much more, it's like working through the bigger picture of why we've energetically arrived here at this time, if that makes sense. Absolutely. And Violet, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Carrie, for the follow. Please, when does this retrograde end? I know. So here's the thing, Scorpio. It's not the fact that there's one retrograde that's happening right now. It's a confluence of retrograde energy. So the difficulty is I've got so many people keep on asking me when it's going to end. It's going to end as slowly as it began. The planets are going to come out of retrograde as slowly as they spooled into retrograde. They're going to unspool out of retrograde at different approximations. So the thing about this is I know it creates a lot of weariness because it's like the never ending retrograde, but we just need to be patient with ourselves as we navigate this energy, if that makes sense. Yes, absolutely. And thank you for those heart me's, Carrie. Excellent. Hi there, Gabrielle. Yeah, if you want to, I mean, if you want to message me, if you want to send me a message, you can do so through mail. Is it in relationality to a reading? You can also, I mean, if you're a subscriber, I don't see you're a subscriber. Subscribers can communicate with me on the Disco too. How are you doing today, Carrie? All right, let's get to it. Welcome back, Estevan. Good to see you. You're so welcome, Scorpio. I'm like a Band-Aid. I just rip things off. I like that. That makes sense. You're welcome, Mel. Okay, I'm back. Welcome. Hi, Nikki. How are you doing, dear? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Estevan. Estevan, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the one, two, three, four, fifth person read for. Ooh, we're doing a love reading. Yes, I wasn't sure if your email I gave to resubscribe. Well, you don't need, so if you want to resubscribe here, then all you need to do is become a super fan. So subscriptions have been replaced now with super fandom. I hate saying it, it feels weird. So if you become a super fan, then it's the same as the subscription model that we had previously. I know, we love a good love reading here. All right, before we continue right now, Esteban, you've got an animal spirit guide card that I've been sitting on that's been waiting for you. But before we continue, I'll actually draw this card because we were waiting on it. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, Bridget was close to something in water. We got the swan energy. Thank you so much for that. We're going to keep that out for this reading because that card was waiting for Esteban. All right, can I just pin up, hold on a minute, let me pin up Esteban. All right, 4 cards, please. Two more. I really want you to be patient right now through this retrograde cycle because I feel like I see some kind of situation with a lot of flashback energy, you know? Um, like I almost see you like I feel like I see you almost working in some kind of space, like almost in hermit mode. But the thing I'm identifying is like I almost I keep on hearing and this is why I keep on seeing that the swan, like the swan energy came up. And that's why the and it's funny too, because when I was about to read for you, the swan card came out. And then I was waiting for you and you weren't here. But the swan card, I just put the swan card to the side. And I feel like that's the message that's coming through on this love reading, which is, you know, your standards are not going to make you miss something that is energetically for you, is all I keep on seeing. Um, and I keep on, and like the other thing I'm identifying is, you know, I don't know why I feel like I got some kind of sense of you worrying upon whether your energetic standards are too high, is what I keep on seeing. You know, and I have to stress this often, like often in the space of us developing standards, we worry that our standards are too high. And I keep on hearing and it's interesting too, because all of the readings that we've been giving right now in relationality to standards, if you're ever worried, I need to stress this, if you're ever worried that your standards are too high, just ask yourself, are they reciprocal? Are they reciprocal? The only time that our standards become ridiculous is if we want something from another that we ourselves can't effectively embody. I keep wondering, that is an egoic standard, right? The space by which we desire something, but it's not something that we would effectively desire to find or experience within another. So I keep on hearing your guides, like the guides are saying to you, if you're worried about that, then you just have to understand, so long as your standards are not conditional to the self, as long as they're not conditional to the self, which says, I can do this, but you can do that, right? The space by which you don't have different standards, like the space by which you say, like, as long as those are exceptional. Standards that are exceptional are standards that need to be worked upon, because it's when we have exceptional standards, which is a space by which it says, I can do this, you can do that. No, I want that from you, but I will not accept that. That is the identification of a standard that we need to do some internal work on. because our standards should not be exceptional, and nor should they be conditional. Our standards should always be reciprocal, which is the space by which we're eagerly able to provide it in the same way that we ourselves are trying to navigate it. So I want you to I want you to kind of continue to work to identify that, because I do feel what's interesting about it is I see you healing your standards. And I almost see that like the journey of you moving into a space of love is changing the energy that's around you, right? We don't talk about this enough, right? I keep on hearing like, and it's funny too, because I keep on hearing the song Looking for Love in all the wrong places. But I keep on hearing that often when we say looking for love in all the wrong places, when we mean places, it means sometimes the energy that we surround ourselves with, right? Because I keep on seeing that when we hold energetic standards, and then the energy around us holds very different standards, we can feel very energetically isolated for having them in the first place. So I keep on hearing, don't let someone make you feel silly for having standards. Don't make someone, I keep on hearing, don't let someone, and I keep on seeing, like, especially if they don't have any, is what I keep on, especially if they don't, like, especially if they don't have any, right? Because, like, that is the space by which you understand that another person does not prioritize things the same way as you do. I want you to be kind of energetically patient with yourself during this time, because I see, like, it's interesting because I almost feel like I see you moving into a space of love, but it's also triggering lifestyle changes, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing like the lifestyle changes like are potentially like, I don't like, I almost feel like almost like you're getting the ick on something. You know what I mean? Like you're getting the ick, which is like, like I almost see you like looking at something being like, what did I ever see in this? Like, what did I ever find energetically appealing? And that's often what we feel as we're moving into a healing space, because that is the sound, like us developing the ick is the space by which we recognize and identify, like that often a healthy manifestation it isn't about, it's not just about the space of being energetically attracted to something. It's the space by which we develop an energetic distaste for something that is not it. So kind of like recognize and identify that, honor it. And I keep on seeing, if you're worried about, I keep on hearing the same message. If you're worried about your standards being too high, I just keep on hearing the guides say, let them be fortified in relationality to whether they feel reciprocal. It's not too much to ask if it's something that you yourself are energetically embodying. It's not too much to ask if it's something that you would eagerly give another. So as long as you're working on like, and like, so long as you're working of absolving yourself of that concern, I keep on hearing like that is the personality by which you're able to identify and recognize what you're looking for. I also keep on hearing a message of giving energy the benefit of the doubt is what I keep on seeing too, which is I keep on seeing like, don't approach new situations already expecting old situations to play out, right? I keep on hearing, let the past inform you. Don't let it doom you, which is the space by which you start to experience something that feels similar to the past. And you say, oh, here we go again. The way we can identify whether the past is energetically repeating itself is by asking questions. You're not going to go through what you went through in the past because you've learned, like you've worked through those experiences. So I keep hearing, let the past fortify you by asking healthy questions. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Hierophant in its reversal, I feel like it has something to do with working towards um, working towards partnership. I keep on hearing, make sure you're not building into potentiality with another person, which is the space by which another person says, this is what's between us. And then saying, okay, but not necessarily feeling okay with it, hoping like hoping something will change in relationality to how they feel about something. Um, I keep on seeing healthy relationship does not require us to read into things. It's none of that come hither energy that says no, no, no. This is all we are, and then goes like this behind that, which is the space by which another person says like, test my boundaries. Like I want you to like, oh, I want you to energetically overwhelm me. Like I feel like there's something important there as it relates to the fact that healthy energy often wants the same things as we do, but we'll never test our boundaries in order to find that, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure you're having healthy conversations. And I keep on seeing if someone if someone is being energetically ambiguous in relationality to what it is that they're looking for. Sometimes that in itself is like, I feel like there's something about a past experience that is informing you in relationality to the difference between someone saying like I don't like I don't have any expectations, but having a lot of expectations versus someone that's very clear in terms of what it is that they want and also being able to reciprocate. And I keep on hearing like energy that's for you is going to be able to reciprocate as well as you yourself do. Like I keep on hearing let the conversation guide you. Like the conversation like the conversation is the guide. And if someone says that you're ruining something by conversing upon it, I feel like that in itself is a sign that that is not the energy for you, right? Like the energy, I keep on hearing, we don't we don't ruin romance by articulating upon what it is that we expect to find with one another. Like that is the space by which, like I keep on hearing, that's the space by which we energetically make sure that we're not moving in the wrong direction. All right. Thank you so much, Esteban, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person, the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 125K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. All right. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you today, dear. All right. Hi there, Jerry Lynn. Definitely saw water. A win is a win. I like that. Yes. I think we both win, and it does have a long neck similar to a dragon. I love how Nikki tries to like conform everything to the shape of her decision. Thank you for recharging your heart, Miss Jerry Lynn. In hermit mode, I trust. Yes, my Saturn in 12 loves to hermit. I do worry about that. Yep, absolutely, Estevan. Yes, you are never late for your own life. Beautifully said. Facts though, if someone doesn't understand your standards, then they may not be for you. Worry about that too. Yeah, but I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing, like the energy that's for you is not going to be put off by your standards, you know? And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Nikki, I have to make sure we do the same for them if they had the same standards. Beautifully said, Nikki. I appreciate that perspective. It's normal. I've been there too. Same standards for ourselves that we have for others. Yes. Society often tells us where we should be at certain times in our lives. Beautifully stated. No, you're not worried your standards are too high. You're worried they won't meet them. That's beautifully stated, Dada. And even having high standards isn't an issue. You just have a lot of self-respect. Beautifully said, Nikki. After going through the ringer in love, I, for one, have high standards and I'm keeping them. Beautifully said. That's the last part. Past is just a lesson. Bridget, don't settle for anything less than what you yourself would give to another. Beautifully said. I'm Savior. What makes you think that we haven't found Christ? What are you looking for that you identify or feel is Christ-like? You're happy to stay here, but please make sure that you're not coming into a space of judging others. That's actually a part of the teachings of Christ. If you read the book, Christ was very adamant on the fact that we don't judge others in the space by trying to put fear into them. Also, Christ did not articulate to seek Christ. Christ articulated to be good to one another. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Per. Oh, I appreciate you, Per. The past is a library, not an armory. No, we can't. I love that, Dada. Can't seek what's already within you. Beautifully said, dear. Say it louder for the people in the back. All right, let's continue right now. And again, Esteban, I want, like, listen, I want you to, like, I don't know. I feel like the thing with this retrograde is, and I feel like like the thing with a lot of this retrograde, and I'm just going to tell you this, I can see a lot of the past coming back up. But I want to identify that, like, and that's why I want you really focusing and writing down your manifestation goals right now. Like when you feel a lot of the emotions from the past rising up right now in this retrograde season, I want you to center on those manifestation goals. And I want you to reaffirm it to yourself, the commitment that it's not too much to ask if it's something that you yourself would be eager to give another. You're so welcome, dear. The teenado, yes. Thank you as well, Jerry Lynn. Thank you as well, Heath. Heath. Hold on a minute. Absolutely. Like that. Love thy fellow man. Thank you to the whole community. I appreciate you as well, Esteban. Thank you for being here and allowing us to support you. Yep, a lot of the energy of the past right now coming up. When it's one cards, can I have mine? Oh yeah, absolutely, dear. Of course. Write them down. Yeah, I feel like, no, I feel like the one thing I'm seeing, like, I want you to kind of like, I'm getting the same message as Nikki is articulating. I want you writing, every time the past comes up, I want you writing down the manifestation goals. And then I want you to let that under, like, I keep on hearing, like, when the past rises up, write down the manifestation goals. When the feelings rise up, write down the manifestation goals. And then look at them and say, is this that? Thank you so much for having that reading with me again, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, we've got here Sun. Sun, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to ask? And while we wait for Sun's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Ram. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is, I'm probably going to be closing the list shortly. So if you get on the list right now, you'll be added to the list for tomorrow. You'll also have if you get on the list for tomorrow, you'll also have an additional card in your reading. All right, just bear with me a moment. Absolutely. One moment, Sun, and I'll continue that reading. I need to step away and I'll be back in just a few minutes and just a moment, and then we'll continue our reading. Also, friends, we're at 134K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. Be right back. All right, where were we? Okay. All right, where were we? 1 second, please. All right. I got you, Sun. Excellent. All right. And I'm going to pin up Sun here. Make sure to give Sun some love. General, lots of transition energy. Got you. Can I please get, yes, can I please get 3 cards, please, for Sun? Highest party messages in relationality to transition. One more. Thank you. And one more, please. They're not kidding about the transition, man. Okay. Whew. Okay. Oh, man. So I feel like one of the things I'm seeing is there someone around you that can't take care of themselves anymore? You know, like this is giving it's almost giving me the space of having to have a hard conversation with someone, you know? Like and I feel like what I like the thing I like it almost feels like somebody who's like going through some kind of like process of like deniability or refusing to like accept that something can happen. Like it almost gives to me like trying to work with on someone who's like got a superstition on talking about things, you know? Like I almost see you like banging your head against something, being like, "Can we talk about this?" And then being like, "No, we can't. I don't want to talk." You know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy, you know? Um, it's like, and that's what I keep on seeing about something here that potentially feels um like like I almost see you like chasing someone around being like, "Can we please talk about this?" And I almost see somebody who's got like earmuff energy who's going like la 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 la, like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. Um and I feel like and I feel like it's almost the space by which um I feel like if that's happening, then the one thing I think that you might need to do is, how do I describe this best? I feel like the best way to move something into a productive space is what I keep on hearing is the observation of saying to someone, better to have it. I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too, because it's coming through someone on spirit. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. is what I keep on seeing, right? Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it is all I keep on seeing around someone. But I almost feel like the conversation that you and I keep on hearing like that's how you have to navigate a transition, which is the space. Like I almost see the space of you saying, like I see you having a conversation with someone saying better to have it than not need it, than need it than not have it. And you saying, but it's it's too time consuming is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's almost like the space by which you have to say to another person, like you have to make it energetically exciting. You have to bring the same excitement. I keep on hearing you have to bring the same excitement that they have. I'm just going to tell you this. I don't know where this is coming from. You have to build the same excitement that they have in collecting things as they have in in easing something up is what I keep on hearing. And I don't know why, like almost saying to someone else, like trying to build into the context of saving up for saving up for an energetic trip, or I keep on seeing like articulating to another person um something that one is working on doing, or I keep on hearing like and I keep on hearing like that is what you have to do in navigating a transition. You can't let someone feel like you're taking something away from them so much as it is that you're energetically giving them something is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on getting, and it's interesting too because you've got somebody in spirit that's trying to help you with this. I don't know if you've picked up on it. I don't know if you've been dreaming about this person because they're saying to me that they've been coming to you in dreams. And I keep on hearing that if like like, and I keep on hearing I keep hearing somebody in spirit saying you're not going to get anywhere with anyone by saying you can't handle this. But I keep on seeing that the space by which you say, I want to give you something, but we need to make energetic room for it is what I keep on seeing is like almost, I keep on seeing like help them see the vision of what it is that you're trying to create for them is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like they're trying to like it's funny because it's like it's somebody who's specifically in spirit who cares about you both that's trying to say. I keep on hearing them say like they're seeing you converse with someone and saying you're not going to get anywhere with them like that. You have to show them your vision. You have to get them energetically excited for something. You have to almost like remind them, be like remember we said that we were going to do this, like showing them like almost like something that they can look at is what I keep on seeing. Like it almost feels to me like I know it's going to sound wild, but I almost feel like you have to create a vision board for someone that they can look on and remind them in terms of what it is that you're trying to do for them is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because I keep on seeing it's almost giving me like, especially if someone's energetically forgetful, like the act of creating something and saying, do you remember? Look, remember when we energetically created this? Remember when we talked about this? Having some kind of point of reference that they can look upon and remind them. I keep on hearing of a conversation is going to potentially help them with a transition because I keep on seeing I'm actually I don't want to turn this into I don't want to turn this into a medical reading, but I'm seeing that they're having a hard time with object permanence. And the way that you resolve object permanence is being able to see something perpetually. It never I keep on hearing you solve for not for object permanence by creating a space where something never departs from another person's field of vision is what I keep on seeing. So potentially, if there's something that you're working on having them do, or something that you're energetically doing together, like this space by which you build excitement for it, and then when you're having those moments where they're being resistant, being like, remember when we like, you know, it's like the reference point of saying like, do you see this? Do you remember when we talked about this thing that we were creating together? Do you remember how we said that we're going to energetically build this? And so I keep on hearing don't get in an argument with them. Create the reference point, is what I keep on seeing. right? You won't need to argue with them so much as you if you're working on creating reference points. So think a little bit. I keep on seeing like, and I keep on hearing like the productive, and then like saying like, okay, we're going to do an activity to build into that is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's like amplifying the excitement in relationality to something that they're doing that's really going to help them feel motivated to continue forward. Instead, I keep on hearing, instead of having to go through some kind of glacier effect where you make headway with someone and then you go away and then you come back and you have to start again like it never even happened, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Sun, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed for today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, General. Yep, lots of transition. I know this season's planetary. I mean, the like it's like the opposite of alignment. Yes, in case you missed the biology class, a tree is not an animal. Oh Lord. I can't seem to get the animals ever now, so I'm just focusing on the scene. I like that. I appreciate that. It's alive though. Fair, fair. It was an orange tree, I swear. Was there an orange tree? This is true, but different genus. Nice rebuttal. I messed up. Different domain. It's been a while since bio class. Lipic. Tell me about it. I need to study again. I didn't even know. I think different kingdom. Time to go back to school. Yes, my mom, I have to let go. She's too far off the rails. Oh, sending you support, dear. Yes, it's kingdom. Yes. It's funny you say that. I've been seriously considering taking a mechanics course. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I love that. That is cool. She's 8 years old mentally, raised her emotionally, and her old age, she's regressing. Thank you for confirmation on what I was seeing. I will not try again to help. Way too toxic to my kids. Sending healing vibes, praying for you. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting. I believe in signs and divine timing. Absolutely. It's incredibly hard. Absolutely. Mhm. No, it's interesting too because I can almost see like it feels to me like I almost feel like a space by which it's not just the fact that someone is energetically regressed, but it's like it's giving me a lot of like sandcastle energy, which is like the conversation that you have to kind of start, like you have to start from the beginning. So that's what I kept on seeing, like, and I keep on seeing like honoring your own journey and giving something proximity. But I keep on hearing it's interesting because specifically a lot of the message that was coming through right now was coming through specifically from a spirit, like coming through specifically from a spirit on the other side who's been watching the interaction points and trying to bring some energetic guidance to what it is that you're working with, like between them and another, like them and you, is what I keep on hearing, you know, because I keep on hearing them say, like, I keep on seeing, like, I don't know, like they're almost like speaking to me like they used to be the one looking out for them, is what I keep on getting too. You know, like it's almost like them having the memory of what they were like in that way and trying to give some kind of point of advice upon it. I love this idea. Yep. Hold on a minute. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I was curious about new career and kids. Oh, I get it. You know, the one thing I will say right now in relationality to the reading itself is, you know, I have to stress, and that like in terms of the relationship and kids that I keep on seeing, and I keep on getting the space by which I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing you're doing the right thing in relationality to keeping some proximity between them and some child energy is all I keep on seeing, because I almost see, I am like I almost see a situation where they're treating the energy like they themselves are a child, which is saying to me like there's a lot of like I almost see somebody who's being very energetically overreactive to things instead instead of protective. So I almost keep on hearing like it's interesting too because the guy I'm talking to is saying that you're doing the right thing in that way because I keep on hearing like I almost keep on seeing you having to say to another person, you know, they're not like they're not necessarily I keep on hearing they're not necessarily in a space that they're thinking clearly is all I keep on hearing, like the space by which you're trying to articulate and define that to them. You know, and in relationality, I mean, the thing is that the one thing I will say in relationality to career right now, I feel like there's some kind of opportunity coming towards you. If it make like it's saying to me in the span of 2 months. I don't know if there's something that you've been working towards, but it feels to me like I don't know if there's some kind of review coming up, but I keep on hearing like someone effectively energetically applauding you for your efforts in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in that reading. I have only energy for career and kids transition, if that understood. Ugh, I understand, son. And that's what and it's interesting too, the fact that you said, like, you know, the thing about that especially is and I feel like it's interesting because like one of the reasons it was coming up for me so much is because it says to me like there's like I would not be surprised like it feels to me like there's an energy in spirit like trying to force that conversation. But I keep on seeing like the one thing like it's interesting too because like the message I was effectively getting was like honoring and trusting your judgment but then effectively potentially offering something to help in terms of navigating an energetic transition for someone which is I almost see like the space by which you yourself are transitioning or moving away from something but also healing in the context of it is what I keep on seeing. And it keeps on saying to me that, um, you know, it's funny too, because I keep on hearing like a lot of the part of the reading I was getting on that is in relationality to like honoring, I keep on hearing honoring the memory of what you had with someone, but also respecting the reality of what is energetically occurring is all I keep on seeing, you know? Like, and it's saying to me, you know, one of the things I'm also getting in that reading that's interesting is um it's like they're like and I think you kind of articulated it. It's like navigating child energy is not the space by which you can engage in deep conversation. And I almost see somebody trying to talk to you almost like an adult and having to like navigate a circumstance or situation and the fact that they're being reactive like a child that makes it impossible to be able to converse with them. So and it's interesting too because I almost like it's interesting because they're saying to me like, and that's what I meant in terms of them saying like remember the memory because even when they talked about something about creating something is the space by which when someone I keep wondering when someone like it's almost saying like when someone starts to accuse you of something like bringing them back to saying remember right like I keep on hearing like don't like when they become accusatory have them like bring them back into the memory of remembering as opposed to helping them ground in the experience of where they find themselves presently. It's interesting there because it does feel like it feels like a missive that's coming through in spirit to help you navigate something that I see is energetically volatile. I hope that helps, dear, and thank you so much for having that reading with me. All right, the next person we're reading for right now. So we've got two more people on the list for today. I'm actually going to ask if it's possible if um, the two people who've won the giveaway, if one or both of you would be willing to move those readings to tomorrow. I'll be happy to draw an additional card if so. I want to be respective in making sure I have time right now to be able to do the one card readings for subscribers. So if Mel Vibes is here, or Dada. If either of you would be willing to be able to do that and have those readings tomorrow, please let me know. And before we proceed, and Claire, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Excellent. I love this message though, reminiscing and remembering, tap to claim. I understand, but make your path not your sign or surrounding. Exactly. She is the reason for bringing into fruition, hold on, my wellness center. Oh my goodness, I mean, but that's what like that's what I meant. That's what I meant in relationality to the space of articulating upon something in such a way that I keep on hearing I keep on hearing instead of experiencing what's happening now, bringing them back to helping to remind them of the energetic meaning of something that you energetically shared with them. Thank you for confirmation. Thank you, Dada. I really appreciate that. All right, perfect. So the next person we're reading right now is Mel Vibes. Mel Vibes, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question or if you're comfortable with having the reading move till tomorrow? Okay, I'm so glad to hear that. And I hope, and again, it's interesting too, because it was coming through with a strong energy of someone in spirit that's looking out for both of you. Like I would not, and that's why I said pay a lot of attention to what's happening in your dream space, because I would not be surprised if that type of energy is trying to communicate to you in your dreams as well. All right, if Mel Vibes is not here, we're going to continue with one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, the spirits are chatty. Thank you for confirmation. I've got you, Mel. Okay, hold on. Please hold on the one cards. We've got Mel back. I've got Mel here. One moment. Let me just pin them up. Perfect. Can I please get 3 cards, please, general? 2. One more, please. Oh, man. I feel like there's something. I feel like there's something really energetically important. I feel like I see you kind of moving through some kind of space of energetic catharsis. And catharsis, the difficulty or the hurdle that we navigate when we're going through an energetic catharsis point is, the observation of what it is that we're effectively working, like what it is that we're effectively trying to do in a better fashion versus working towards, um, like the energetic judgment of others is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really important um, as it relates to, as it relates to you effectively um, trying to do something in a successful fashion. And I keep on seeing, something that's really important about that has to do, I like to point this out. It's like the difference between someone that offers energetic opinions versus the space of someone that actually wants to energetically help you. Have you ever noticed that energy that has opinions is never in the space of actually lending energetic support to anything? You know what I mean? It's like the energy that doesn't want to do heavy lifting is often, their mouth is very full of opinions, is what I keep on getting. The mouth that's full, the energy that wants to give opinions, it's like, it's not the energy that wants to do any heavy lifting. And so I keep on seeing that there's like almost something that you have to do right now that almost articulates upon you laying your own energetic standards, which is the space by which you have to say to another, right? And I keep on hearing, don't get into the context of arguing with someone if they give you an opinion. Fortify the opinion and say, I appreciate that you care. If you actually wanted to care, this is what would be helpful. Right? Like the space by which you take their opinion and you transmute it into something that would actually be helpful helps you recognize the difference between energy that isn't necessarily supportive of you but likes to rub, like almost see like almost like likes to rub something in, right? Like just doesn't work into the space of being productive, right? Like it's like I like to point out like the space by which I keep on hearing the unsolicited opinion of something that of someone that one didn't ask for an energetic opinion upon, which can often be like I keep on hearing, which can often feel very energetically intrusive, versus the space by which you say, actually, thank you. One thing that could be more helpful or supportive is if you did this, right? The ability to move something into a space that feels like it fortifies what it is that you're trying to do more effectively. And I feel like that's really important because I almost like I see like it's like it's a little bit of the it's giving me a little bit of the energy that is amplified by care, right? Like care is not the space by which one says, oh, I'm sad or sorry to hear that. It's the energy that says, is there anything I can do to help with that? Right? The observation of being able to put that force of intention in things. So I keep on saying, don't be triggered, like don't be triggered by judgmental energy, right? Everybody's got an opinion. Not all opinions are alike. And I keep wondering, you don't get an opinion on something if your hands are not within something, which is the space by which the observation of doing something in a way that one is observing, that one is working to effectively resolve or change something. It's like it has to do with the space by which we effectively get things done. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy or a lot of that work, I keep on seeing like the ability to navigate a healthy conversation is such that we recognize and identify that we talk. I keep on hearing we talk about things. We talk through them. We don't effectively. I keep on hearing we don't effectively. Like I keep on hearing we don't drop our opinion into things that we lack understanding upon. Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the hangman in its reversal. The thing with the hangman in its reversal, it speaks towards, I keep on seeing, um, I keep on hearing, it almost feels like you having to say to someone, like, your sorry isn't helping, which is the space by which another person articulates upon like like their own. I keep hearing like almost you having to say to someone like your sorry isn't helping, because it's almost like the space by which we understand that the ability to, I keep wondering, like the ability to express energetic sorrow upon something is met with energetic action. And so it almost feels to me like, it almost feels to me like recognizing and identifying energy that is like, I keep on hearing like a healthy relationship does not require us to constantly perpetually repeat ourselves, because I keep wondering, we get exhausted with each other's apologies. Healthy relationship has the breath of progress in it, which is the apology that is met with productivity. It's the ability to identify and recognize what one is working to change that allows us to be able to fortify into something. And this is why we sometimes close doors on energy that is always apologizing to us, but then proceeding to do the same thing again and again and again, because that's the space by which trauma lives, right? Trauma lives in the space by which another person does something and then they do it again and then they do it again. And they're constantly apologizing, but the apology doesn't make sense because they keep on replicating the action by which they're apologizing for. And so I keep on hearing, like, I keep on feeling like you almost have to have a conversation with someone in terms of saying, your sorries don't make sense. If you are actually sorry, you would do something to change something. You wouldn't be perpetually apologizing for something and then doing it over and over and over again, right? It's like the apology, and often, and this is why sometimes when someone's constantly apologizing, but they're not working to change something, it starts wounding us. It starts hurting us because it's almost the observation of saying to another person, you recognize that you're doing this and it's not making it easy, but yet you persist in continuing to do so. So make sure that I keep on like, make sure that you're having productive conversations in terms of what would actually be healing, which is the space by which you can say to someone, like, respectfully, if you actually were sorry, or if you actually were in a space of identifying the fact that you want to change something, this is what you could do that would make something energetically better, right? Shift the apology into something that would actually be energetically restorative. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. And I need to point this out too. If someone has you in a space of perpetual apology, right? If they're in the space by which they're constantly, and even in the space by which another person is constantly demanding an apology to you, it's the same thing. Like, this is what we talk about with the dance of eggshells. We don't create someone in a space where they're constantly trying to make apology to us if we're not able to articulate the grounds by which they'll able to energetically resolve things. Like, this might almost like speak towards the fact of being able to like mollify something by being able to articulate like what one can actually work to change, right? It's the identification between what feels like it's energetically restorative versus something that may be increasing or compounding upon further trauma. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. We're going to move on to one card readings for subscribers. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we got to 150K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that milestone. We will be doing that giveaway. Whoever wins that will also be on the list for tomorrow. All right. Thank you as well. Thank you guys for helping us get to 150K, friends. I was so quick. I love that. You were so quick. I appreciate it. You're going to be the first one read for. And thank you again, Dada, for your understanding. Excellent. And let me just read over the comments that came through as it was reading. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you, dear. Okay, where were we? All right. Hold on a moment. Just finding. I think Alexandra was the first person who was on the list. I'm just looking for the question. And Mel, thank you for the follow. Okay, I got you here. Alexandra, one card on honest advice on navigating this upcoming season. You got two cards coming up right now. Not putting up with other people's, like, this is saying to me, I keep on hearing, you can turn the other cheek, but you don't have to stand around to get slapped, is what I keep on seeing. You know, it feels to me like there's something about you embodying or embracing your Queen of Swords energy. Yeah, Knight of Swords in its reversal, which is, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which another person is persistent, but not being attentive to what it is that you're energetically asking for. Yeah, water dragon. This is why we get upset, because like when we ask for something and all another person continues to do is give us a completely different thing than what we're energetically asking for. I keep on seeing, it's like, I feel like it's you embracing the fact that it's okay to be triggered about something, because like I keep on hearing, a trigger that's focused on a standard is something that one is allowed to feel emotionality towards. Fig, card around the energy of daughter. Okay, got you right now. Woo, that's so many cards coming through. We're going to read all of them very quickly. It's inner child healing, right? So I keep on seeing that it's the space where which you can fortify another's choice, but also say that they have the ability to change, like to change their mind, is what I keep on seeing. Like helping someone, I keep on seeing it's like it's walking the line of saying to someone, giving them the courage to do something that they desire to do, but also letting them know that if they change their mind, that that's okay too, is what I keep on seeing. Particularly and especially if they're feeling energetically uncomfortable, perhaps I keep on hearing, perhaps there is a median possibility in terms of something that they decided upon that would feel a little bit energetically easier for them. Animal spirit guide, yeah, right? Like I keep on hearing, it doesn't have to always, I keep hearing, it doesn't have to be sometimes one choice or another. Is there another solution that would make them, like almost saying like, what can we do to change something so that you would feel more energetically comfortable about it? Bridget, one card on divine counterpart, please. I got Fool energy. You got the Fool energy coming through. And I feel like a lot of that Fool energy card that we're seeing right now is I see somebody that's making having a breakthrough. Like they're identifying and recognizing that they're doing something in a different way. Page of Cups, right? I feel like I see someone who's proud of themselves because I keep on hearing it's like they're under, like it's becoming easier for them not to go back into some kind of modality that feels like it was holding them back. Animal, spirit guide, yeah, air dragon, right? Like building a sense of perspective. Like I almost see somebody who is like, I almost see them like ready. Like I feel like they're noticing some kind of energetic shift in terms of their own perspective, specifically and particularly in relationality to how they view relationship. Excellent. We did make it to 150K and we're going to do that giveaway. Beautiful. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, full mouth, no work to back it up. Yes. We're doing one card reading, Susie's, for subscribers right now. Absolutely. And thank you for those roses, Susie. This is so many people I've had in my life. I feel for you, Mel. The fake apology if they do it again and again and again. Yes, this was me with my dad when I was younger. So sorry. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Apologies and tears make no difference and things don't change. Beautifully said. Oh, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Rihanna, it's definitely trauma inducing if someone pretends to be sorry and doesn't do anything about it. Sending you support, Rihanna. If someone's apologizing but not changing behavior, it's manipulation and gaslighting. Beautifully said. One card. All right, I got divine counterpart for you. One card for Kath on love. Wow, everybody's getting the Fool card with love right now. This is saying to me new energetic cycles are opening in relationality to love right now. Don't assume, don't let the past cloud your judgment in terms of what you're experiencing in the present in relationality to love. Give the gift to the future of an open mind as it relates to the possibilities that you're effectively identifying and recognizing that you're working upon. Animal, spirit guide, please, for love, the B energy, right? Honoring, like, again, honoring the possibility that something ahead of you is different than something that you've experienced in the past, right? Open to the possibilities, like making sure that you're bringing hope to situations and circumstances as it relates to love. Hi there, OG. All right. Alexandra, I believe I already pulled a card for you for the first question. You changed the question. What did you do? I think this really touches on the differences between sympathy and empathy. Beautifully stated. Got you, Ruby. One card on expectations for next week. For the week. Don't get overwhelmed. Everything will get done in the time that it gets done. Make sure that you're planning. Make sure that you're pacing yourself. Bottom of the deck. Knight of Swords. Don't navigate another person's unreasonable expectations. Right? I keep on hearing we're not doing that. Right? Like I keep on hearing like we're not doing that is the space by which another person, like, don't let someone like identify and recognize like the consistency that we give to each other that allows something to get done. So I keep on hearing, don't let yourself get pulled into an argumentative space with someone that just wants your energy. Yeah, especially with the Raven, right? Like I keep on hearing like you like almost double checking, being like, look, I just want to check with you and confirm what's happening. Like I keep on hearing like measure twice, like measure twice, cut once kind of energy. Ella, one card around right arm. Oh no. It's clarity. You know, the thing with the moon card is I feel like it's you seeing something in a different way. And like, and often with like the arm breaking, it's like, it's sometimes working through something that's hard to see, but also like coming into the space of understanding and recognizing like what is in our power to change versus what it is in our energetic power to accept, especially with the 8 of Swords in its upright. Like it's saying to me, like I keep on hearing like there's like sometimes like the only way we can heal something, I keep on hearing like, and it's funny too because it's saying to me like healthy relationship is not going to require you to have to bend over backwards in order to effectively heal something. It's not, it's, I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which someone is asking you to do the impossible. It's the space by which another person offers, like offers what is tangible. So I keep on hearing like make sure someone's not creating, I keep on hearing, yeah, it's giving me like making sure someone's not creating like a Cinderella effect around you, which is saying like you can do this, but only if like a bunch of like ridiculous things are met. You know what I keep on seeing? Like it's working, like keep on seeing like recognizing and working in the realm of the possible helps us identify what it is that we're working to heal versus what it is that we're working to heal from. Mel, one card, please, General. Two of Swords in its reversal. So this is saying to me that I feel like this is you just continuing to like make, I keep wondering, continue to just work in a productive fashion right now, recognizing and understanding and making the choices, doing the things that, trusting your intuition in terms of getting things done. Yeah, like don't, like I keep on seeing, like, especially with this like Eight of Swords energy, like not taking things personally right now, understanding that everybody is experiencing this retrograde eclipse energy in different ways. Animal spirit guide, observe, don't absorb, right? Like looking like it's like I keep on seeing like being like don't match energy, but allow one to be able to see something with clarity. Rihanna, one card for, oh, hold on a minute. Just backing back up. I lost my spot. Oh, all right. Felt, thank you as well, witches. You're so welcome, gods. Okay. Rihanna, these are one card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan, dear. You're so welcome, Geraldine. Okay. Haley, one card, highest priority, please. Um, don't let this retrograde get to you, right? The thing with this retrograde is it can feel like a lot of bleakness. Don't operate in bleakness, operate in the space of brightness, which is, again, yeah, when things feel bleak, we become energetic flashlights. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the earth dragon. Just continue to work in the space of like when you're feeling lost in this energy, just refocus and center on your purpose. One card on love for Nikki, please. Yeah, the King of Pentacles, right? Identifying and recognizing and being energetically supportive to one another. I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing like positive, like affirmations always help. Reaffirming to someone how much what they mean to us or how much we care about them can sometimes be very helpful in this type, or yeah, can sometimes help us heal our inner child in profound ways. Like, I don't know if anyone's told you, but I see you, I appreciate you. It's like giving a lot of that energetic encouragement or empowerment. All right. Animal spirit guide for Nikki, please. Yeah, the cat energy, right? It's like it's nice to hear it. And sometimes, especially when we have a hard time taking a compliment, doesn't mean that we don't want to still try to work to receive it. Minnie, one card on energy for the rest of the week. A ten of cups in its reversal. Like don't let us another person's negativity impact yours. You know? Yeah, it's like you don't, the powerful, the life-changing power of not deserving that is what I keep on hearing, right? When we start to honor ourselves, it's the observation of not accepting another person's projection on us, but doing our, like, again, the blackbird energy, right? Like when someone's projecting on us, we just accept it and we move on and we feel sorrowful about it, but we don't over internalize upon it. Thank you guys for supporting each other. And Dada, you've got two cards coming to you because Bridget was giving you her extra card. One card, I mean, yeah, Bridget wanted to give you their extra card. One card for their feelings, please, for Claire. I think they're thinking about you a lot, is what I keep on seeing. All right. One card on R, please. I see somebody who's trying to get in a positive headspace. I keep on seeing someone that's trying to think upon the bright side of something. Bottom of the deck. It's really hard. I almost see somebody, like, it's giving me a little bit of wishy-washy energy, someone who like wishes that they did something sooner, but I keep on seeing like that's like Like, it's like a lot of that, like woulda, shoulda, coulda is the song of someone getting away from us or something moving away from us because we weren't energetically prioritizing it. Yeah, especially with the eagle energy, right? Like I almost see like I keep on seeing like I feel like it's almost somebody like trying to amp up to talk to you about something, but then almost like I keep on like it's giving me a lot of this like back and forth energy. Yep. Stay strong. Absolutely. Thank you for those roses, witches. Good to see you, dear. The dragons are awake. You're so welcome, dear. Yep. You're so welcome, Fig. So much. Oh, thank you, witches. I appreciate you. Oh, stop it, Dada. I'm not going to read for that. I'll do two cards on why you're so awesome. Two cards on why Dada's spirit team thinks they're awesome. Because you don't over like it's you don't let the pain of the world get within you, right? It's hard to see, but it's the space by which we don't let it affect each other. We do what we can and we bear that weight for one another. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the tower energy, right? It's the work that we do in terms of knowing like it's not it's the work that we do because it expresses the meaning that we have towards things, right? It's not I keep on hearing it's not about working into the space of another person like, I feel like you've been healing from a lot of trauma in relationality to energy being overly demanding on your person. And I keep on hearing gentle energy often finds himself in the space of feeling energetically taken advantage of. So continue to lay those strong boundaries for yourself. And I keep on hearing it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Absolutely. One card for Chrissy on how they're feeling. They're thinking about like I see somebody thinking about you. Like they're sentimentalizing. Yeah. But I see somebody that sees partnership as a barrier between you, right? It's like I see somebody who like wants you, but I don't know if they want the same things as you, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, because they're in frog energy. They keep on they still look at partnership as a like like as a place to be trapped instead of a place where things can happen. All right. Claire, these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to pull a card for you. That makes sense. Thank you as well. All right, one card on S, please, for Beep. Beep, did your subscription end? Just trying to confirm here. Okay, one card for Beep, please. Two cards. I see someone who feels overextended right now. I see somebody who's like trying to play a little bit of catch up on things. So don't take it, I keep on hearing, like, don't take it personally if someone's taking their time getting back to you, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy, like almost like serving to give someone a general like reminder upon something. All right, my friends. Thank you as well, Dada. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. I will be back on tomorrow a little bit earlier. I'll be on at 6 a.m. PST, 9 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can send the donation now and you'll have an additional card in your reading. If you are a super fan, welcome. Thank you for joining us and becoming a super fan today. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. Keep on shining, Dada, always. I also want to remind you guys that tarot class is tomorrow at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified, if you'd like to join that class, all you need to do is become a follower or become a subscriber over on my stack. I want to thank you guys so much today for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.